Okay, I think there's.
Good morning from Raleigh, North Carolina, and good evening to everyone else around the world. My name is Kimberly Calhoun, and I am your host at IBM.TV. Our apologies for being so late this morning. We have a technical difficulty called Ankit's not here, and the button didn't get pushed for live broadcast. But we have got a wonderful Celebrity Tuesday lined up for you. With us today is our host, Nick Palaveda. He's also our senior executive producer, and I'm going to let Nick take it from here.
Well, before you let me take it from here, can we do a test on Facebook? Because they said it would be deleted within 10 minutes.
It's live.
But how do we know?
Good job, Kimberly.
How do we know? I mean, the thing is, there's only one way to know. You got to go to Facebook, go on Facebook, see if it's live. I mean, the thing is,
I'm going.
You know, and then once we know it's live, then I can talk. Otherwise, cannot
You're
talk.
not going to waste your.
That's right.
That's right. Absolutely.
Talk to our celebrity.
I need an approval from the home office.
Hold on. Okay. I'm going.
See, my problem is also I don't seem to get it invited on Facebook. No one invites me for anything.
I do. I send you lots of.
Did you send me an invite for this thing? How do you even send the invites out on
I
this?
didn't see it, Kimberly.
It's airing right now, guys.
Okay.
How do you know it's airing?
Because I just scrolled down on IBM TV on Facebook.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Okay, I just checked.
Here it goes, right here. Hold on.
On your page.
There's our theme.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
On Facebook.
Yeah, is that it's on a delay or something?
Yeah, it's remember you said you wanted so much delay, so we got it.
3 seconds or something like that.
Right.
But then since Ankit's not here, let's say we did something bad. How do we catch it? Because it goes through here, goes to Facebook, goes on to.
Sorry, guys. You know that's what happens.
We're winging it today, Nick. You know, without Ankit, we're just helpless.
I know. Here we are. We're like technologically challenged.
Well,
so,
when you do,
speaking of technologically challenged, let's bring in some help from Hong Kong.
What I want to say when you do something every day, it comes naturally. So when we started this, I was the one who pushed all the buttons. Every morning, every button got pushed just right. When you get out of that routine, this is something, good lesson. When you get out of that routine, these are little things you forget. I remember to hit the button to play the theme song. I forgot to hit the button to go live.
Yeah.
So these are just
Nick has been pushing my buttons all week so far.
I have, especially yesterday on Business Monday, which I thought was a really great show.
Unfortunately, we are all getting older. And
no, don't say that. It's not just you. You're the only one getting older, and the rest of us are getting younger.
We're getting younger. I'm getting.
Yeah.
Okay, here's
I've been eating this pill over here that makes you younger. Something like that,
I was so much older than I'm younger than that now.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll have an age contest someday, but saves you the wins.
I'm from the Mork and Mindy show. I believe that I'm getting younger rather than older, and my memory is just going because I'm getting younger. So that's what's
good for you. Good for you.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, today is Celebrity Tuesday, and we're going to have some people on later on the program. Of course, we have our own 2 IBM TV celebrities that seem to have a following now. One is Alexander Starr, who is the head of Chess Stars. As a matter of fact, we have a great show coming up this Saturday on Chess Stars, which Alexander Starr will bring in the former number 3 player in the world, which everybody knows, Alex Shirov. At least everybody who plays chess knows him. And he's playing a young Grandmaster Domagiko, or whatever his name is, from Germany. And it's going to be a great show this Saturday at 3 o'clock. Last week, he had also another great show where he brought in the 2 Grandmasters from Russia who were, I can't ever pronounce their names.
Of course.
What are their names?
Makarichev. Okay, Sergei Makarichev.
Makarichev.
And his wife, Marina Makarichev. Makarev.
Marina Makarev.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, because I didn't know them that well, I had to go look them up on Wikipedia because he played and then he stopped playing all of a sudden, so I didn't see his name alive. And but he is a great player. He was on earlier this week on IBM TV. And trained basically as a second to Karpov when he was winning the world championship, and then when he was losing, my friend Ron Henley took over as the second to Natalie Karpov when he was playing Kasparov. But the thing is,
I think you get paid more to be Karpov's second than you do as a player. So.
yeah, well, you get paid doing anything more than you do as a player. Okay? And the thing is, all the chess players know that. I think it was Alexander Starr who pointed out that, well, the top 10 players make 99% of the money and everybody else makes nothing. And I saw
way more than 99.
Way more than 99%. Yeah,
99.9999.
Yeah, if you're in the top 10. Because I remember when I was playing, okay, that when, there's this big weekend Swiss, hundreds of people are going to show up. You got to fight through all these masters and grandmasters to win the tournament. And the top prize, after you spent 3 days, travel time, hotel room, $200 or $400. I'm serious. And it still exists today. And I'm going like, how do you justify? That's if you win. That's if you win. You're never guaranteed to win.
You can win thousands of dollars and just a few thousand though. And but we talk about income inequality in general in the economy, but income inequality in chess is unbelievable. If you make it to the very best levels, you can make a living and a very good living.
Right.
But all those great players struggling have to be coaches or seconds or do something else.
But wait a minute, Jim. Here's something that exists today that didn't exist because I coached 2 players that you probably don't know who are now professional chess players. One guy's name is Kazım Gulamali. Kazım is actually one of the top bug house players in the world. Okay, but he's a FIDE master today. Basically makes his living playing and teaching chess, which you couldn't do years ago. The other one is Will Stewart. Now, Will, you may or may not be familiar with, but he owns iChess.net. It's the largest video production in the world. He actually sits on our board at IBM TV. And he makes a living today, and he's like a FIDE master also, I guess. They all become FIDE masters. When I was younger, they didn't have that title, so I never became a FIDE master. Or not, they had the IM, but frankly, there weren't enough tournaments to go in the United States.
Couldn't become one.
Okay, yeah, couldn't become one. But the thing is, they're both able to make a living playing by teaching. The other one, Elliot Neff, is a national master, who you do know, teaching kids chess. All that did not exist when I graduated from college years ago. So I went to become a lawyer, or just like Rachel Stewart, he became
US champion.
Became a U.S. champion, then he became a professor. Ken Reagan became a professor. Ken Rogoff became a grandmaster, became a professor. In other words, they all leave the chess community to get a real life because they could not make a living unless, what Sasha says, you're a top 10 in the world.
But I know lots of players now who are making living as coaches and trainers.
Yeah, right. So today there's actually an opportunity that if you became a chess master like Will Stewart, you can make a living playing chess. I was shocked because I started training him when he was like in the 5th grade, literally. I was the first guy who said, okay, come on, kids, it's Spalding Elementary in Georgia. Let's go play chess. And this little kid shows up.
Yeah.
And he's a pain in the neck. And then I realized he'd be a good chess player. Okay. Because if they were normal, forget it. They don't have a chance. Hey, I'm a normal guy. Out the door. Yeah. Okay. I'm very weird, strange, and smart.
Yeah.
Gotcha, baby. You'll be a good chess player.
And I got kicked out of so many classes I took up chess.
Yeah, that's the reality of it. And so the thing is, he did become a good player, but even playing in Argentina, both him and Kazım became real good. To go from FIDE master to IM was such a leap that they never made it to that next level. I knew a lot of people like that they go to FIDE master, but every time you go from one level to the next,
you're looking at one. I became FIDE master, and I said, that's good enough for me. Anywhere I go in the world, they know me as a FIDE master. That's a title they know. Right. But to get to IM, I would have to put in so much work.
Oh, yeah, that's the problem. To get to IM, it's another like that. Yeah. Well, I became an NM, and then I kept getting – I have several master letters from USCF because I get my master's, then I lose it, then I got it back again. They sent me another one, then I would lose it. Okay, and so the thing is, then they said, well, if you're a master once, we'll let you keep the title. So technically, I'm a master, but then my USCF rating doesn't reflect that today because of a couple bad choices of tournaments I entered into.
Yeah.
We were playing these low-rated players, and when I was a master playing all the time, never lose to anybody under 2,000 ever. I mean, it's like, forget it. If you do that, your rating falls like a rock. Okay, and you can't do that, and you have to play serious all the time to make sure you can do that. When I was playing serious, never lost to those people. But then when I play occasionally, whoa, I lose to a 1900 player. There goes all the rating points.
There's something else that's happened since you stopped playing. They put in rating floors. So for example, at my rating, I cannot go below 2200.
Right. Okay. All right. So you have a floor of 2200. Yeah. They, like I said, they did keep changing it, but I thought I would always play serious chess, but then what happened was you get married, and I was going to tell my wife, okay, here's what we're going to, and I did play after I got married in Bermuda because I couldn't figure out how can I explain to her that I like to play a chess tournament. Let's go to Bermuda, honey. There's a chess tournament there. Okay, you go to the chess tournament, I'll go shopping. And we worked it out. So I went to play the Bermuda International for 5 years because this way I could play because it was just so demanding. I played Robert Byrne, who used to be the U.S. champion, to a draw at Bermuda. And you know what? He was really gracious, drawing just a stupid master. He gets up, throws the pieces out, and walks out the door. I mean, it's like, I guess we're not going to analyze this. No. Well, he was the U.S. champion.
Well, I took my wife to a tournament once.
Yeah.
That was it.
Once, right? That's about it. I mean, life gets in the way of playing chess. So I watch it, play it on the boards. I watch what I read it. Buy New Chess and Chess Life, and follow Sasha's. Just follow the game occasionally, but to play at the highest level or even play at a good level for yourself, you can't be an occasional player.
I've got to put in a plug for Sasha because getting Shirov as a guest is just an amazing accomplishment. Shirov wrote this book, Fire on Board, because his games were so electric. And I had to challenge him to play him once just so that I could say that I played him. And of course, the result was, as you would expect, he crushed me.
You got wiped. Okay, I mean, you lost.
Yes, and it was a horrible effort on my part. He dared me to sacrifice, and I did. And because he's famous for sacrificing his pieces, so he was throwing it to me. Go ahead, see if you're man enough to sacrifice. And so I took the challenge, and of course, he beat me anyways. It was
I mean, that's just. Yeah, kind of the way it is. I thought Shirov was from Latvia. Was he from Riga?
Yes.
Alexander?
He lives currently in Riga.
Oh, he's currently in Riga.
Yeah, he still represents Spanish Chess Federation, but I think they're kind of trying to dissolve that arrangement, and so he would represent most likely Latvia if and when the next Chess Olympiads would be held. Now, covering the question about pay of the elite grandmasters and all the money what they're collecting, you see, in previous lives of the great champions like Steinitz, Lasker, Capablanca, you know the names, I'm not going to repeat them, they were creating over the board the masterpieces, which would stay for generations, and people would learn something from their games or simply enjoy their games. And that was worthwhile to pay them the top fees just for them to participate in tournaments. Even their appearance on a tournament was a great deal because people could see great champions and they wouldn't mind to pay for that, whatever it would require. Now, these days, the value of the chess what's produced in even elite tournaments, never mind the second-rated tournaments and so on, lost its value probably 99%. Why? Because there is artificial intelligence AlphaZero, because of the stockfish. So all the games what Carlsen and his friends are playing every day on internet
Right.
There's no value whatsoever. So if you are telling me, well, it's kind of a fast game, but if they will play classical games, it will be different. Yes, I saw classical World Championship match, 12 games, 12 draws, and they were paid altogether, what, $1.5 million or something? I would never pay more than $25,000 for that, for 12 draws. Or even that, 25. I would rather buy gold, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Good
so
idea.
there is very little value in what's being created in today's chess.
Yeah. Right.
Now,
It's
the
based.
teaching chess is completely different proposition. When you teach chess, you are helping young people to improve their self-esteem, to learn something like responsibility for your moves, your mistakes. So that's a different proposition. It has nothing to do with playing chess. So if chess teacher should make, say, I don't know, $5,000-$10,000 a month, chess player is zero, maybe $5 if he's playing in a park, in Washington Park or somewhere else, and he will beat his opponent. That's all what chess players should make, no more than that. Now, different proposition, though, is in Chess Stars Guess the Move tournaments, because now you have to use your intelligence, your intuition, knowledge of players, openings, what they're playing, and so on. There are a lot of considerations involved. In fact, you have to study a lot to be successful in these contests. So that's a different proposition. And there are some cash prizes which will reward the best people who are guessing the moves. So that's a different.
Who published that book, Nick?
What?
Who published that book?
A person named Hypermodern published it.
Modern. That was me. That was
You're
my
kidding me. Okay, see, I knew Arnold Denker pretty well
I did
because Arnold Denker.
Florida guy. Yeah.
Well, actually, on the second state tournament I played in, I tied for first with Arnold Denker in 1978. And then another one that I won, he goes, "This guy's really good," because I just beaten the grandmaster from Colombia, Oscar Castro. He was the Colombian champion. He came in from Miami, and I destroyed him in like 35 moves or 25 moves. All my games are either real fast destroyed or else it's a big slug fest. And so Arnold actually I knew pretty well. And then I got his book. He says, "This will help you." And he gives me this book. Okay, the Bobby Fischer and You Know Other Stories. And we even played together at the GHI International in New York back in 1977. I was hanging out with Arnold, Ron Henley, and myself were all playing at the GHI. That's when I spent the summer with Ron Henley playing chess. I spent the winters with Larry Christensen and Henley playing chess. I played in the World Open, got 6 points out of 9 at the World Open playing chess, won the LPL, made money. Then after playing all these masters and grandmasters, I entered the Florida State tournament. So I was driving with this friend, Eric Buell, and he's going, "Who's going to win the Florida State tournament? It's going to be Ed Solero, who's a strong master. It's going to be Juan Gonzalez." I said, "None of them. I'm going to win it." And I went and I just crushed everybody. And he said, "How'd you do that?" I said, "Look, I spent all summer playing masters and grandmasters." Yes. The top player back then at the state tournament was like a 2,300 player. Yeah. And then Greg Small, who just won the national high school. And I just ran through the whole field and didn't lose a game, beat everybody. And I go, that's what happens if all you're doing is playing IMs and GMs with average ratings of 2,500. And now you're playing a stupid state tournament. And then Arnold showed up the next year. We tied for first. And but I didn't play again until like many years later.
Celebrity Tuesday. So I want to talk about my celebrity because Arnold Denker was the zone president for FIDE. And you could guess which zone he was president of. It was Zone 1 because it was USA. So every region in the globe was divided into zones, but the United States got its own zone. And Arnold was the FIDE president of Zone 1. And when he decided to retire, he asked me to be his replacement. So I got to replace Arnold Denker as zone president for the United States in FIDE.
Oh wow!
And
Okay, I did not know that.
we got to
Now
talk.
Arnold, by the way, has
That's what he
passed
was
away many years ago, but he was a great ambassador
Oh,
for
he
the
was a
game
wonderful man.
and a wonderful guy. I never had a chance to actually play him in the tournament. You know, we tied for first, but we never really met each other over the board. But he was a great guy to hang out with, and you know, so we had some really good times together with
What a great story.
Arnold's Army. He was the U.S. champion back in 1944, also. So he was a very strong player at one point in
And
time.
he went to play in Moscow. I think it was Moscow. It was in Russia. The U.S. versus the Moscow team, the Russian team.
Right.
And he was famous. He was a star in Russia.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It was.
And in the United States, he was a nobody. Nobody.
Yeah, right. No, yeah. Well, in Russia, the whole world is so different over there. At least the way we were explained, Alexander. The Federation had 1 million. At least when I was reading it, 1 million people. Our federation had 50,000 or 60,000. There's 1 million registered chess players in Russia, 50,000 in the United States. You know, it just shows the intellectual vacuum that existed between the United States and Russia and still exists today. You know, that they highly praise intellectual pursuits, you know, but over here it's like, it's, you know.
And you know, popular saying is when grandmasters are arriving at the game, and one grandmaster say, as every Russian schoolboy knows, you should play this move right away. Okay, but the interesting story, what I love, is about the Dutch grandmaster Hans Rie. And he went to Moscow playing one of the tournaments, and he came back, and everybody was asking, how is it there? What did you feel like? He says, I will never, ever go to Russia again. And I asked him, why?
Why?
He said, because when I was there, I had a feeling that every bus driver will crush me in chess.
He's probably right. well, at one time they had more grandmasters than any other place in the world. They probably still do today, you know, in Russia. So that's one reason I was hoping to get a pipeline of the grandmasters in Russia, you know, over here, and showing their games and their stories and stuff like that. But that'd be very, very, very interesting. Rakesh, we've ignored you from Hong Kong.
I know. I'm sorry.
Okay, I feel bad about that. What's
Because
going on?
there are no grandmasters in Hong Kong.
No, it's all right. I am a very, very mediocre chess player. No championship.
So let's
nothing.
talk about
So
something
I
you
love
are
listening
good
to
at.
all of you because it's such fun.
Well,
Sorry.
talk to us about something you are good at. Talk to us about your work. You're a scientist and you're teaching science. This is and you're using technology to teach science now.
Yes, but my website's actually down because there's something to do with the secure service layer, and my Amazon Web Service guy is struggling with it. But otherwise, I just went across town to do some work with the government offices and the corporate reports and things like that, and then just got back, helped the guys along with some of the work that they're doing, and then went out for dinner with my wife, and then came here to listen to all of you. That's what my day was today. Actually, not very exciting.
He was having a good day. Then he came to listen to us. Well, we're gonna add some more people. We're gonna add some more people to the stream because the dollar store looks like they're going to have a special for us, I guess. And so I'm going to add Lynn is coming in from the dollar store and Kim, who's talking about it. So, what's going on with the dollar store?
And blank me out for a minute. Just keep talking because I had to.
Okay. We'll send you back. There we go. Okay. That's what I love about this thing. So, Lynn, the thing is, what about these bonuses that we're offering from the dollar store now? I saw that on the internet. I want to know what's going on. I always like free money. I'm almost to the level of Sasha Starr. You know, save $5, then put it into gold. Not a bad plan. Not a bad plan.
So, you know, we do have the bonus money. Anyway, so let me start from the beginning. First of all, the Family Dollar Store, which I own, is an online dollar store. We're here to support the mission of Money Masters PBS, which is basically to cut the the gap between poverty and financial sustainability, to provide financial fitness and financial education for people. And originally, I know it started for kids, to try and help kids get out of poverty. But in a time like this, where people are really suffering, people are losing jobs, they're on unemployment, people need to learn about financial fitness. And so I'm really in support. I love that program. We have the dollar store around 4,300 items. I can show you one because I know if I don't show it to you, Jim will. This is very important if you're a chess player, because especially if you're going to play Sasha, you need to put it on your head, because there's going to be pain ahead of time. And I think we're going to open. I think we're going to open a dollar store in Russia, because all the people over there are going to need to get these CBD patches with lidocaine in them, just because there's a possibility they may also play with Sasha, and they'll need to be able to eliminate the pain. As you can see from Jim, we have dust masks. They cost $25 for a box of 25. I'm not sure that you can get them any cheaper anywhere. We have, as I said, 4,300 items. But as Nick, as you were talking about, we have a rewards program. And the rewards program is basically like getting gift cards. So when somebody signs up to become a customer, just for signing up to become a customer, they get 50 gift rewards, which is the equivalent of getting a rewards card or a gift card for $5. Now, what I said, and the other day, I guess this was Sunday, I can't even remember anymore because we're all at home, what day it is actually, but I think it was Sunday. I said, for anybody who signs up this month through the IBM.TV, we're going to give them another 50 gift tokens, basically, which are like additional gift cards to be able to use for purchases on the store. But also, if they refer a customer who also signs up, whether they do it through IBM TV or not, they're going to get another 50 gift tokens, and so are the people that they referred who sign up. And of course, because all of this is happening through our relationship with IBM TV, all of it supports the mission of financial sustainability. So then I thought about it, and I said, let's give 100% of our profit through the end of July to IBM TV to support the mission. Because I really want people to understand that when they sign up to become a customer at family.dollarstore.com, they are really supporting a wonderful mission. So let's go, guys. Let's get signed up. All you have to do is go to IBM.TV, click on the big green button. And as I like to say, if you were colorblind like my father, who couldn't tell the difference between red and green, who knows how he, in those days, how he ever got a driver's license, but he did. In any event, because the button is round, my father could tell shapes, so he could push the button regardless of whether it was green, red, yellow, or purple, and he could become a customer of the dollar store because it's a big round button that also happens to be green. And when you do it, immediately sign up to become a customer, you get 50 gift tokens. Okay, I like to think of them as gift cards, and you can apply them to the purchase every time you make a purchase. You also get gift tokens, and if you sign up this month before the end of the month, so you have a week to do it, you get an additional 50 gift tokens. And if you bring somebody else in between now and well, whenever you bring them in, you get an additional 50 gift tokens. And if you make 3 purchases from the store, you also get another 50 gift tokens. So I'm not going to run out of tokens, people. So let's go. I'm giving them out. I wish I could do well. I could do it for Sasha and for Rakesh. You just can't. We can't ship to you, but if you know people here in the States, you can become a customer. You can get 50 tokens, and you can send them to people that you know here in the States to be able to use, so they will shop.
Me.
Yeah, so no, not you, Jim. No. It's because I know what you want to buy. I don't want you to buy out the lidocaine patches,
Just that.
because I know you will. Because the pain is just too much. Oh, and the other thing for chess players, because there's a tendency to get something like tendonitis by moving those chess pieces around the board. You may need to put the patches on your arm too. So there you go. So now, but then the other thing, and I have to say this because Kimberly has joined us. Of the 4,300 items that we have on the store, her favorites, and don't buy too many, people. Please,
I know where you're
don't
going.
buy too many, are the Minion napkins. Okay, because we need to keep them in stock so Kimberly can keep buying the Minion napkins.
Well, now I feel bad because I just ordered some from your dollar store.
Oh, you know what? Order them. I stock up. I'm one of those hoarders, right? So don't worry about it. But the other thing we want to think about, because Nick had brought it to our attention, is that it looks like, we're going to be going to mandatory wearing masks and maybe they'll make Minion mask. I don't know. I would love one, or one that says respect on it. I'm wearing it because I respect you, because there's such a big controversy and a lot of, what would you call contention, right? But I'm not wearing this mask, because it's going to protect me. From day one, when there was big controversy about it, I said I'm wearing it because if I'm carrying anything, I don't want to be making anyone else sick. So I wear this because I care about other people. I don't want to make them sick. I'm not wearing it just because I hope to protect myself. So that's, but look at the dollar store. There's, 50 in a box at $25. It looks just like the same box that they give me, they have sitting out at the doctor's office, where we have to walk in, wash our hands really good, reach in, get a mask, and go check in. So that's a great price. I'm honored and proud that the dollar store would take such a big leap to get into this market to help people have the necessities. The other thing that they have in abundance to shop from are just different kinds of, and can you see my screen?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Is all the many different kinds of soaps. I mean, I'm flabbergasted at all of the soaps that they have. But, we know that soap in general is a good thing to do. We're told to do gel on our hands all day long. Oops, I must have typed it in wrong. But there's soap of all kinds. I think Dove is the one that they say suds up the best and is the best to use. But I'm a big fan of Caress. So are a lot of models that are out there. Caress just does something special to the skin, I guess. I don't know. But I do notice my skin is smoother when I use Caress. Dial. I mean, all of these are name brands, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you have to pay extra for in other stores. This is, again, online shopping, so you didn't have to go spend gas to get there. You didn't have to, you get all shipped to you. Yeah, so time, gas. I mean, you're not putting yourself in danger getting out in the crowds. And I love Irish Spring. I love the smell of Irish Spring. And one of the things I like to do is, it was something my mom taught me, is to harden the soap before you use it. So do you take it out of the box and let it harden? And I usually put it like in one of my drawers, right? Just to make the clothes, or you could put it in the closet to make the closet smell better. But I'm a big fan. I'm glad to see Irish Spring on here. Johnson's baby soap. I mean, come on, people. And Zest. Oh my gosh. I mean, every time I come, Dove for men. Okay, Dove for men is like the number one choice, I'm told, for men who want to keep their skin feeling nice and smooth, just like the women models do. Zest is another one of those really popular. I mean, every time I come here, because you've got 4,300, I just cannot see all the items in one day. But I'm certain you've got something for everyone, including CBD products, right?
Mm-hmm.
And not many people have CBD products. PayPal there for a while was banning payments on CBD products, and we learned from the dollar store why that was happening to some people. But Lynn, it looks like you're oh, there it is. It moved down. The patch, the extreme patch, the lidocaine, right? So
Yep.
we don't want that to run out. So but there one thing about
More than one.
right. Yeah, you got the one thing about patches is great is that its direct location for pain is non-invasive inside your body and in your organs, which I'm a witness and testimony to what can happen when they give you too many of these drugs to take. It can shut your organs down like it did me. So I'm a big fan of direct location for pain cancellation, and that's what this does. I mean, doctors, you know, I hear all of these words every time I go in for treatments, right? But this is great. I keep them on board in case some of my treatments wear off. I have patches. I'm going to start switching over to the one at the dollar store because it's cheaper than the one I buy with insurance. And I've looked it up. It's got the same amount of content in it, and it's got CBD, which I don't think CBD. I mean, I'm not a physician, but I don't know that CBD has any huge bad side effects that have been determined yet. So, but check this out. Name brand products for babies. If you know people who are having a baby and you don't feel comfortable going to the baby shower, stock up, buy $25 worth of items, send a gift card, $5 for them to shop on their own, or get some gift points and give them your gift points. But shipping is free after $25, right?
Right.
So you really box up something really nice for them and throw in the bonus points to them. I'm sure dollar store will let you do that. Send your dollar points to them so they can go shopping. But it's all name brand stuff. I think they even have Pampers. But anything you need, very cost effective, and you didn't have to go to the brick and mortar store. Nothing against them. I go to them for one thing, and they actually told me if I order online, they'll send them to me by the case.
Snickers.
Ice cream, and I can't get these because these are not like long lasting. They can't ship ice cream, but they have them at the brick and mortar. When I went there the other day to pick up on them, the guy told me, I guess he knows what I'm getting. He goes, you can order these by the case online, and we'll bring them to you. So that's how much I love the dollar stores, right? What?
It's the breakfast of champions, Snickers.
Snickers.
Funny kind of story about Snickers is my father's a diabetic. That's not funny. But he was later in life, found to be diabetic. He fought the rules because he thought he was invincible. We always call him Bulletproof Bob because he survived cancers and just all kinds of things. But it was diabetes, I think, that truly wore him down with dialysis. But he learned from one of the doctors who said, if your sugar's hitting a low, like Nick occasionally has a problem with, eat a Snickers bar. Well, that, I kid you not, that was like giving the man gold, right?
Whoa, got Sasha's attention.
He did. He said that a Snickers bar has everything you need in it to jolt your system. It's got just the right amount of sugar. It's easy to use the peanuts in the Snickers. There's a lot of peanuts in there, but the chocolate is antioxidant, toxins. So the doctor truly believed that the Snickers was the best way to jolt yourself, as opposed to constantly carrying a Coke or orange juice around. So my dad would carry Snickers around everywhere, and you would find Snickers wrappers around everywhere, right? Including the car when he died. The last thing I found when I cleaned out the car was a Snickers wrapper, and so we kind of kept it. But I thought that interesting, and so Snickers is. I'm not a big fan of Snickers, but the ice cream is rocking, phenomenal, and the dark chocolate is 10 times better than the cocoa chocolate. So, but yeah, I thought that was sweet that the dollar stores offered to send them to me in cases. You know, I guess they're a fan. I don't know.
Okay, I have a question for Sasha. I saved $5. How do I buy gold with $5?
You have to do this many more times.
Price of gold on that.
He didn't help me.
Nick,
I have $5.
I got a better idea.
It's a good beginning.
Nick,
What?
spend the $5 at the Family Dollar store, and the more you spend, the more bonus points you get. So the more
so you have to buy at the dollar store many times so I can afford to go buy the gold.
Yeah, and
Sasha
then
selling.
you have to find a broker who will send you sell it to you at the margin account, and try to get 99% margin.
Oh, you go 99%.
Well,
I
Nick,
got a
this is another reason.
fridge.
This is another reason we need Ankit, because he would always hold up $100 bill.
I know he carries a lot more cash than I do. You know,
No, we all miss that kid.
true story. When I was in Russia, in St. Petersburg, okay, and they were talking about pickpockets, and you know, I wasn't afraid of pickpockets down the. You know, but we went to the Cathedral of St. Peter's and Paul. It's supposed to be the Nevsky Prospect, but there wasn't any pickpockets there. And I was holding up my camera, and I got bumped by somebody. And then I reached into my pocket, and I saw that the guy took my wallet. And I was going like, wow, I just got pickpocketed. I've never been pickpocketed in my life. Chased the guy down, but apparently him and a friend did it, so he didn't have anything. You know, actually it did. I chased him down, grabbed him. Give me my money back. Okay, in Russia. Okay, so the thing is, the guy didn't have it. He left, but I canceled all my credit cards. But I didn't have but $20, $10, something like that. And I was going, this guy really didn't do too well because I don't carry any cash. It was all credit cards, and he basically didn't do too well on that haul. But they actually took me down because we reported to the police, and the police were laughing. They thought it was funny. You know, the thing is, the Russian police, and they took us downstairs into one of their prison cells to interview. But we could hardly understand what they were saying.
Nick, was it in the hotel? This is a prison cell. Was it in the hotel?
No, the prison cell was somewhere down the street in St. Petersburg, Russia. But I told my wife, I said, next time, let's just ignore this, because let's say they didn't like you and they stuck you in that prison cell. Who would know? You're stuck there.
I would have figured it out because I saw your post, and then if you came up missing, because I would notice you missing, I would go looking for you. I do send out the Coast Guard engagement.
Yeah, well, in any event, I thought it would be pretty funny.
Right. Nick and I have been working together for almost 4 years now. Yeah. And when you work at this tight level that we work together, traveling and everything, you tend to notice when somebody's not there.
Well, we haven't traveled to Russia yet. Not yet.
No,
Don't
not
forget,
yet.
Nick,
But I
about
want to
Russia.
share some good news. I figured something out. I figured something out technically. So used to, when your broadcast got deleted, there was no way to ever get it back. You had to start the broadcast over, but they fixed something. Sometimes you can restart it, and sometimes, now Ankit probably doesn't know this now. And if you can't
There's something
restart
Ankit doesn't know
yet, he might be listening. But now you can click on it, delete it, and then re-add it. And used to, it wouldn't do this. But it would always go to YouTube. So you always had YouTube that you could link. But I literally reconnected every one of the links.
Really? Wow.
So,
well, I still don't know if we're being able to be seen in Russia yet, because the Russian grandmasters, he had them on a separate server because he said to get on StreamYard they had to fill out all this paperwork.
I think he said that they were at their summer house or their vacation
Yeah.
home. And
But they came for this broadcast. They specifically traveled back to Russia to their apartment where they have excellent internet connection because they're involved in broadcasts.
right.
Although in Russian, so they have all this hardware and software and internet connection. But StreamYard, they never used it before. And in Russia, before you start using StreamYard, you have to fill out many different forms indicating, of course, who you are, where you live, where you were born, where did you study, whether you are married or not, whether you have kids or not. And by the way, they have two, their son, they studied and now working in Chicago. They're PhDs of Chicago universities. And so that's something what they don't want to publicize, but so they have to disclose that as well, and a lot of other information. And it takes about half an hour to deal with all this nonsense.
Right.
Wow.
And that's incredible because it works completely differently here, and even Western Europe, even in Romania, where Michael Marin is with his wife, and he just presses the link and the broadcast starts.
Oh, really? Okay.
Do they get Skype or Zoom? Can they do that?
Yes. Well, we communicated by Skype. That's how
That's how you were doing this. Next time we'll pipe the Skype into here because we can do that. They don't have to have access to.
Well,
We'll
find the best way to communicate.
You'll have it.
Well, if I may, I would like to bring this back to the dollar store because I was, I'm very, very happy customer, but I almost registered a complaint. And the reason I did was, well, Rakesh comes on to the show late at night, and we're a calming and relaxing influence on him, so he gets to go to bed afterwards and sleep well.
Yes.
But in my time zone, it's early in the morning. And so I bought these. I'll show them. I hope you can see them. These lens
lens wipes.
Lens wipes from Lynn's Family Dollar store. And I was on the show early, and I was thinking, I kept using them on my glasses, but it was still fuzzy. And so I was going to complain to Lynn that these lens wipes weren't working. And I took my glasses off, and I realized it was my eyes that were fuzzy. I just was not awake. And so I did not file a complaint, and these are excellent. For cleaning my glasses.
Yeah,
well, there you go.
If you did, Lynn would put the complaint inside the drawer, and then close the drawer,
and run away.
So one of these days we're going to have shirts just like Jim wears, so that people can just order those kinds of shirts, and everybody can wear them.
Oh right, yes.
Trendsetting.
Are those Hawaiian shirts, Jim? Is that what
Tory Richards?
Okay.
Tory Richards?
Yep.
Yeah, I've got them in my closet.
Tory Richards.
I got one on the other day.
They're made in Hawaii.
Yeah, they're made in Hawaii.
They're made in Hawaii. Yeah, that's where I got them from.
They're my favorite. Yeah, absolutely.
I like Tory.
You can go to the
if I have to dress up, I
store.
Stewart, but if not, then it's Tory Richards.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't think you can buy Tory Richards in department stores, but you can pick up, at the Goodwill store when people are done, they can, go pick up Tory Richards shirts there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I have them. Like I said, I've got a whole stack of
The
them.
thrift shop. That's what I was looking for. The thrift shop.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, since I know now that we should start advertising the dollar store on our Facebook pages and the Facebook groups that we reach out to, because then they can go ahead right on IBM TV, press the button and register. It's actually, we made it pretty simple, which I found it pretty good because that's how I registered, is on the IBM TV website. And this way we start getting more customers into the dollar store. So we'll start promoting it on the Facebook pages and let people know, more about the dollar store, because I think it's a great idea that we teach people how to save money. And once they save money, they go, oh, what am I going to do with it? Then they go to Sasha Starr's show, which is Wednesday. I think it's tomorrow, right, Sasha? on investing.
Yeah, financial show tomorrow. Yes.
Financial show tomorrow, and it'll show you how to invest it. But I just found out I got to save more than $5.
Yes.
You're gonna have to save quite a bit. You know.
Tomorrow actually will be a very interesting show because we are going to talk about options. I figured out that although it's a very mysterious instrument, but without options, really there is nothing for you to do in the stock market. I mean, you might as well go to Florida on a beach and get the coronavirus, and you'll do much better than invest in the stock market if you don't know what you're doing.
Sasha, when I invested in options, now this goes back to 1987. I used to play the options market. My broker told me I had to fill out all these forms, similar to getting on StreamYard in Russia, to be able to play options. They wouldn't let me just come in and play the options market, and I think that still exists today. If you're going to do options, you're going to have to fill out some forms, let them know you're a accredited investor, you know a little bit about what you're doing.
Easier than to get to StreamYard in Russia. It's still easier.
It's still easier to get StreamYard in Russia than to fill out all the options forms.
It's easier in Canada, though.
Yeah, but the thing is,
basically, it's widely accepted today in all brokerage houses, even in discount and also online. It's all accepted. I mean, it will take probably 5 minutes for you to feel
right. And your broker also has to, I believe, be Series 3 licensed. I think they have their own series they have to pass to.
Yeah, but it's all online now. It's
all online.
Care about it's all, you're doing it all online. Obviously, you don't want to pay extra commissions to your broker,
right?
Who don't understand what they're doing anyway.
Yeah.
It's just a waste of time, and you're educating them for free. Why would you do that?
Right.
So, if you doing everything online, then here's what's happening. Number one, you don't and never buy options. You only sell options. You don't buy them. But to sell options,
I made a mistake. I bought options, but go on.
No. From 1973, when the options were invented on Chicago Board of Trade until 2020, although it's not complete yet, there was only 1 year in all that time when the buyers of options beat the sellers. It was, of course, 1987, where there was a stock market crash, 522 points. That was the only year, and only because of that one day when the sellers were beaten. All other years, sellers of option are taking buyers to the cleaners every time, all the time. So if you want to buy options, call me. I will sell you almost any options when you want to buy. Give me a call, please.
Oh, wow. By the way, it was around 87 that I was actually a buyer of options.
Yeah.
So I did quite well on the option market, but here was the problem I had, and I got out of it. First of all, you have to watch the market all the time, and I couldn't do that and practice law at the same time. Number two, when you're in the money, when do you exit? Okay, in other words, like,
get back your money that you invested and let the rest ride.
Right.
That was my investment philosophy.
Yeah.
But Sasha, there is no such thing as options for dummies. You're talking about sophisticated investors that you're trying to teach them how to use options. That means that they have to be smart TV, because you're not going to be teaching dummies to trade options, I hope.
Well, you can teach dummies. It doesn't indicate how successful they will be.
Yeah, I think they can learn. But I think Sasha was talking about selling options, which are totally different than buying options.
That's correct.
And remember, you took the option class when you were in high school, right, Jim?
Oh yeah. It's actually middle school when I was going.
Do you know? Right. Do you know how many millionaires were made off the option market in Seattle?
I know. It's
millions. I mean, right. Because the thing is, usually on high-tech companies, what you do is you give somebody an option. So we give Sasha an option to buy IBM TV stock at $10 a share, and it's trading right now at $5. And the thing is, but he has 5 years from now before it vests, so it drives him to bring the share price up. And once it goes over 10, and now it's 15 or 20, he exercises option.
Unfortunately, there is no. No, it's completely different things what you're discussing now. And
yes, I know it's totally different than what you're doing in the market.
But it's one word to indicate both of them. is that people sometimes really don't understand what we're talking about. We are talking about an options, for example, people who work as a carrier at Apple, for
Sure.
example. He was given options in stock Apple. He would be a multi-billionaire probably by now. Not billionaire, but worth tens of millions of dollars. And he was still working as a clerk at the warehouse at Apple, making $20 an hour. But he would be on the paper, at least on the paper, but most likely in real time, he would be a multi-millionaire.
Right? Yeah, because of the option.
It's an option on the stock of the company where you are working or you are associated with or doing some business with.
But I'm telling you, Sasha, here's one of the problems, and this is something we're going to try to bring up. I'm trying to work with the board to add Business Monday and then have Financial Friday. Okay, is to discuss things like options and programs that exist like on Walmart. You know, Walmart has for all their employees an employee stock purchase program. What does it mean? Okay, you can buy, if you're an employee of Walmart, you can buy their stock at a 15% discount. Seriously. Okay. And I told my son when he was working there, buy all you can, because the thing is, if it moves up, you cash out. If it stays the same, once your ESPP program vests, you just made 15%. It's free money. Seriously. And by the way, all the people listening to Walmart who work there, okay, this is something that I thought we should do. If you can't afford it, we should fund it. Think about it, Sasha. I'd fund it and split the profits with you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In other words, I said, look, I'll fund it to split the profits. It is absolutely free money. It's called the ESPP program at Walmart. And I believe today, as we're speaking, there are thousands of Walmart employees who do not take advantage of the ESPP program because they have to know about it, because it's basically a ERISA program. They have to know about it, but they don't have the money to put up to get the free 15% that Walmart offers. And it's free money, Lynn. I'm telling you. It's just like what you're doing at the dollar store. There's a lot of...
I've got to chime in here because you're describing my life. I started working for AT&T and did this stock investment just as you're describing. And that's how I bought my first home in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is really not possible for people growing up now to buy into. And then I went to Charles Schwab, and my wife and I both got stock options in Schwab. And when we got there, when we started working, and this is the other thing, we got to be lucky because Schwab stock was low when we got there and we were getting these options. And then the stock price during the dot-com bubble went
skyrocketed.
It went crazy. So we got out. And so that's why we can afford to live in the capitalist country of Silicon Valley.
Yeah, right, because you can't afford any place to live there unless you're able to exercise your stock options in Charles Schwab. And see, here's the problem I have, Jim. In high school and middle school, nobody teaches options. And of course, not just the way Sasha's talking about, but also the way I'm talking about. In other words, the ability to take plan assets. In other words, when these things are offered to you, what are you actually getting? What are you looking at? Do you even know it's out there? Now, what Sasha's talking about is selling options on the market. That's a whole different game.
Right.
But for the people that are listening inside your own company, there are programs like ESPP programs. There are what they call 401k matches. There are stock options, non-qualified and qualified. All this could be taught to middle schoolers. Seriously, or even elementary schoolers. It could be. Because people, remember, years ago said, oh, you can't teach elementary kids to play chess. It's too difficult. I'm serious.
I know.
And today, all the biggest group of chess players in the world are elementary school players.
Absolutely.
Oh, and so here's the myth. You can't teach options to elementary school kids. Oh, absolutely you can. Absolutely you can. They'd eat up the options. Are you kidding me that all this stuff exists out there? And then they will be richer and better for it to know about the options, because at some point in time in their lives, if they're going to become a millionaire capitalist like Alexander Starr, they're going to have to know about options. You know?
Wait a second. Do you know why these courses are not being taught in schools?
Because number one, the teachers don't know it. It's just like chess. The teachers do not know options.
Number two,
there's no incentive for me to teach them how the options market.
Number three,
Number three. I don't know what number three would be. I know those
I'll
are two.
help you out.
Okay, help me out
Number
here.
3 is that course on options can be taught in 2.5 hours. And you're not going to invent a course for 6 months or 1 year. Something taught in 2.5 hours. That's the simplest reason why it's not being taught.
Oh, come on. ABCs can be taught in 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
But,
ABC.
but
well, the
number
thing is-
four. But wait a minute. Number 4 is they don't ask questions about it on the standardized testing, which
They
is what
do not.
everybody
Right.
everybody teaches
Okay.
to here in the United
Okay,
States.
I'm going to beat up the standardized test now that we're here. Thank you, Mr. Lynn Shepard. For those people who don't know it, the standardized tests are things like the SAT, the GMAT, the GRE, the LSAT, and all the entry examinations to go into higher education or even go to college, predominantly the SAT. Purportedly, it tests your knowledge. In reality, it only tests 2 metrics: math and science, math and English. That's it.
Right.
2 metrics. It's all designed by one company out of Princeton, New Jersey called
Right.
ETS.
Yeah,
And ETS keeps promulgating the same trash over and over again. To do well at it, it's like playing chess. You got to know the
doing
game.
away with it in California.
Oh, they should. It's a piece of trash. It is absolutely the biggest piece of trash. Now, I learned how to master the stupid game because it was like chess. Okay, in other words, I was going, okay, this is a game like chess. You know, you have to spend a lot of time with the game, then you win the game. If you don't spend a lot of time, you're going to lose, just like chess. And so what happened is when I left high school a year early, I took all these CLEPs. Then I found the special CLEPs so I could graduate in college when I was 19. Actually, I was 18, and then I went to the MBA program at 19. But it's only because you master a test. But it has nothing to do with any knowledge, especially the SATs, other than 2 metrics, math and English. And then that's it.
So Nick, this is something that a lot of people didn't know. If you can get a perfect 1600 in the SATs,
Sure.
which I got. Okay.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, well,
that's
that
actually very hard
that
to do.
was actually my aggregate score for 4 times taking it.
Oh, okay.
You got me.
Well, my son got a legitimate 1580 on the GREs after I explained him that here's the deal. You study it for a year intensely. And like there's nothing else in the world. You learn all these rules. He was good at math to begin with, but you got to be better than good at all that. You have to learn all the stupid tricks, learn the words you'll never use again, and then you just kill the test. So he got a full scholarship to the Duke and Georgia Tech, PhD in electrical engineering. That's how you do it. But he needed a coach. If you don't have a coach, you're not going anywhere. Yeah, and most kids, they don't have a coach.
People that take tests.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
What you said, Nick.
Yeah, they're like chess players, except they're test players.
Yeah.
Test players exposed to chess players.
I can pass any of those standardized tests.
Sure.
And, it's because I knew how to take tests.
That's exactly right. You have to be a test player, not a chess player. Speaking about a test player, we got one. Dapo has joined us. He's an attorney in what city are you in, Dapo?
Lagos for now.
Nigeria.
Lagos? Is that Lagos, Nigeria by any chance?
Yeah. Correct.
Oh, wow. The other side of the pond, Nate, as they would say. Well, welcome to our show. We have Alexander Starr, who's actually heads Chess Stars and also our investment show. He's joined us. He's from Russia, but he now lives in Toronto, Canada. Jim Eade, who lives in the Socialist Republic of the Silicon Valley area, who's a FIDE chess master, and also the author of Chess for Dummies. We have a lot of chess players on the show. Lynn Shepard, who heads up the Family Dollar Store online. And Dapo is from Lagos, Nigeria. I believe you're an attorney in Lagos, Nigeria, right, Dapo?
Correct.
All right. Well, tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, and what you do.
I'm a lawyer, first and foremost. And as I fondly say, I only do legal things. But I work in one of the foremost law firms in Nigeria and have been in the forefront of bringing new businesses into Nigeria. But in my other life, I also play chess. So
Oh,
Hey.
hey!
Anyway,
You're with the chess family here. You notice that Jim has his little chessboard behind us, and we want to know a little bit more about Nigeria here in the there he is, Chess for Dummies. He's the author of Chess for Dummies. We want to know a little bit more about Nigeria because, from what I understand, there's over 100 million people, and so it's a big country, and it also has a lot of oil base reserves or something like that. Can you tell us a little bit more about and Lagos, Nigeria? Right now, it's a trivia question. Is the biggest city in Africa, from what I understand, it overtook Cairo. Correct?
correct.
Yeah. Okay. So, what about the oil industry? Is there oil in Nigeria, or what's going on there?
First of all, let me correct. We're 120 million now, not 100 million.
Wow.
Okay.
We're
You're
way past it.
You're going straight up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and still growing.
120 million. Okay. Right.
Lagos as a city, which is growing, has about 22 million people in it now, Lagos State alone.
Wow.
But in terms of the oil, the Nigerian economy, most of it is based on the oil industry.
Yeah, where is the oil? Is it offshore? Is it in Nigeria? Where's this oil hanging out at?
Everywhere, onshore, offshore. But because of the community unrest, over the years they started from onshore. But as the soil was degraded, the community started getting uncomfortable with the pollution that was coming in. So gradually they started moving most of the production offshore. But on the average, we run about 2 million barrels per day in Nigeria now, and growing.
Okay, and so you have a legal practice in Nigeria, and so what sort of law do you specialize in? What do you actually do? Do you set up corporations over there? Do you do business contracts, or what type of law do you actually practice?
I think in legal terms, we call it a full service law firm. We do all aspects of law. But personally, I specialize in gas law. That is the gas aspect of the oil and gas.
Okay.
But we do all the contracting, intellectual property, bringing businesses into Nigeria, and amongst other things that we do. But we're also in the forefront of competition law now. That is the antitrust law in the US. And we've done some cases on product liability, which we started in Nigeria as well. That is calling corporations to order. We sued Pfizer in Nigeria at the time. And more interestingly, I think the current vice president of Nigeria used to be a partner in this firm before he joined politics. So we do have a lot of access to government and regulators.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
You have to have friends in government if you're a lawyer, because otherwise you can't get anything done. So where did you do your legal training at? Where did you study law at?
All in Nigeria. All in Nigeria. Okay, so there's law schools in Nigeria that you go to study then? Oh yeah, we have many law schools, but I've had a brief stint of work in the US, working with my firm now is actually a fusion of a law firm in the East Alton, Illinois, which came into Nigeria. We partnered with them. Right. That is why the name of the firm is Simmons Cooper Partners, which is actually an American law firm that came to Nigeria.
Okay. Yeah, and do you have to pass a bar to become a member of the Nigerian bar? Do you have a bar exam you have to pass over there?
Yeah, I think it's quite like the US, where you first go through the college and have a degree. Then after you have a college degree in law, you then go to the law school, which is a separate school, like a postgraduate, to do another year or two, depending on what school you went to qualify to appear in the bar here.
Okay, and then you're admitted so you can practice in front of the courts in Nigeria, right?
Correct. The only thing about it, the different thing with the US is that once you can practice in any court, I can go to any court all over the country. I'm not restricted to the state or to the circuits. I just go to courts, any of the courts that I need to go to.
Right. Right. Now, do you take clients to court, or do you do like I do? I try to keep clients out of court.
Well, it depends on what side you have to play. We don't have a strict division between the plaintiff and the defense bar here. So it just depends on what my client wants. But a lot of the time, we would rather settle the matters amicably than have them end up in court. Because
right. Okay. Right. In other words, settle rather than end up in court and make the judge make a decision. And that could be a totally thing. Well, tell us a little bit about the court system over in Nigeria. How is the court system structured? Do you have like a trial court and appellate court, or how does it work over there?
Yeah, there are actually 4 levels of court in Nigeria. There is the magistrate court, which is like the small claims court that deals with matters up to a certain threshold of financial threshold. There's all the criminal matters. Then there's the high court, which are the courts of records. The high court is a trial court. Then there's the court of appeal, which is the first level of the appellate court. And then the Supreme Court, which is the end of all matters.
Okay, so the structure is very similar to the court system over here. You go from trial court. Do you have a television show like the People's Court or Judge Judy over there?
One just started this year. There was none before, but one judge that retired from the bench early has just started one this year.
Okay, so they got a Judge Judy or a People's Court going on over there, because they did that over here. They had what they call a small claims court. I remember when I was going to small claims court one time for a client, I was going, this would be a great TV show. And then the People's Court came out, and it took off. It was a hit. It was on every day. And now there's a Judge Judy who's on every day, and it became biggest. Are there television programming about lawyers over in Nigeria? In other words, like there was LA Law, or are there any programs like that, TV programs on lawyers over there?
No, none yet.
Yeah. So, okay. So we'll have to export some of that legal programming over there. What about these crime scenes like CSI Miami or NCIS? Do they have TV shows like that over in Nigeria?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Really didn't grow.
Okay. Yeah, because I was reading some of the growth stats in Africa. The cell phones and the internet projections, 11,000% growth in Africa. And I fell out of my chair. Are you seeing a lot of growth in the technology sector over in Nigeria?
Oh, yeah. I think Nigeria is the fastest growing technology hub in Africa now. The cell phone really did not come into Nigeria until about 2001, 2002. As that today, we have close to over 15 million subscribers already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you have bandwidth issues? The bandwidth?
Well, there was initially, but the issues are being resolved now. We have fiber optics, 5G. There's even the plan to introduce 5G to Nigeria already now.
Great. That's amazing, because that will change everything.
Yes.
The connectivity. Then you're just part of one world, one family then.
The internet solves a lot of the problems because people then can connect. And they even showed that over here in the United States, that there's a lot of places here that are still, Jim, they're still not connected to the internet.
I know.
Which I found the saturation, the internet is actually highest in Norway and Finland. And the U.S. right now is not even in the top, we're not even the top 20. And I was going, wow, we're missing it, because if you could able to connect to the internet, then you can watch IBM TV.
Yeah.
Then you can know all about Sasha's chess and investment program.
And you know about gold. Put your money in gold.
Yeah, I said 18 million phone users in Nigeria, 186 million.
Wow.
186 million?
That's amazing.
Where'd he go?
Awesome. I'm just fascinated by this conversation. We got to get him back.
Dapo, where'd you go? Where'd he go?
In a minute. A lot of people know to spin back in. So that happens in Nigeria quite often. We have several guests who beam in from Nigeria, and
Or could be your director hit the wrong button and pressed the new screen.
I'm right here. I'm letting you
Well,
guys.
I wasn't going to say it was you being the director. It could have been me being the director.
I'm just over
There's
here.
a button called remove. Okay, here he's coming back.
He's being back in.
Okay,
I'm not
he's going to beam back in. We'll bring Dapo back.
Your fault.
Okay, yeah. We missed you for a minute, Dapo. Everybody wanted to bring you back because we want to learn more about Nigeria, because in the United States, we do not get a lot of education on Nigeria. So it's almost like we don't know what goes on in Nigeria. I kept looking over to go over there because I think there's some beaches there and there's some places to hang out. But again, I just don't know much about the country. So can you let us know a little bit about what's going on?
I want to share one thing that I find just fabulous. Are you from Lagos? Lagos?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the most famous stories of all times is when you had the Ebola in 2014, I think it was, and you guys controlled that, nipped it in the bud. It could have spread like wildfire because you have so many millions and millions of people there. It's all, what I call congested, tight living, and it could have spread. But you guys took control. You managed it. Nobody had egos. Nobody had issues. You made up quick pandemic policies, but you brought in an infectious disease doctor and you let him do his job. And I just want to commend you for saving millions of people, because they even said 90% of the people who get contagious die from this disease. And in fact, the people who did get it, you had more of a almost a 98% survival rate from that particular situation. So you limited the amount of infectious, and by doing so, you reduce the death rates. And I just want to commend your country for doing such a fabulous job.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I would like if you know anything about it, I would love to hear more. If you know of anyone with more information about that, I would love to talk to them, because I think it's a beautiful story.
Yeah, there's a TV show on how Nigeria controlled the Ebola virus.
It was a movie.
It's a movie, yeah. There's a movie actually on Nigeria controlling the Ebola virus. You notice we don't do a good job over here. We have this thing called COVID-19. It's all over the place. Is COVID-19, has it hit Nigeria yet, or what's the story over there?
Oh yeah, it's hit Nigeria like every other country, and it's actually shut us down for some time now. There have been no local flights since March.
Oh wow!
In Nigeria, no international flights. Except evacuation flights and a few emergency flights. Mm-hmm. The airspace has been shut down since March.
Oh wow! Okay, all right. So the thing is, people aren't flying in and out of Nigeria right now then, right?
No, but we're at that stage of the community spread now, in which is growing to sources we really can't explain where the first few cases came from, people who traveled into Nigeria. But
now, your law firm is a member of this group of international lawyers. Can you explain a little bit more about that group that you're a member of?
Global law.
Global law, yeah. Explain to us a little bit about global law.
We're a group of mid-sized law firms who are located in about 180 countries around the world. And what we do is that we engage each other actively in referring work. So if I have any work to do in the US, I'd call the American members of the global law to see if they have the capacity or the interest in handling this kind of matters. And they usually will do it as a courtesy, first of all. They give you the first hour or two free of charge so that your clients can make the inquiries. And if then you want to go forward. We also use it to work together as a team, in which if we have international clients who are doing business in America or France, for instance, and they're looking at expanding their reach, they want to register their trademark, they want their patent around the world. We'll send it to the group and say, how many law firms here in this country. So we can go back to the client and say, hey, we can help you do 13, 15 countries at a time because we have the reach. So it's a way of starting, having business in all those places without the trouble of having to go and open an office there.
Yeah, and I see that to be the way of the future, is to have global law, because like even on IBM TV, we beam into about 100 countries right now. And I haven't talked to our board, but seriously, if there's a legal problem, if there's a legal problem that we have in Nigeria, what are we going to do? Because we're...
Anywhere in Africa will be able to reach out for you.
Oh, really? Okay, so you actually cover the continent of Africa, the whole continent? Are you sure? Because we have programs right now that run out of South Africa. Kim, we run music with Alexander May, comes from Johannesburg. And does Grant Edmond also come out of Johannesburg, Kim?
Yes, they actually, we found out they met, but they're almost neighbors, right, in the same area.
Right.
And they met through IBM TV.
Yeah.
Here we are, right near each other, but worlds apart. But absolutely. Right. And, one of the things that would be interesting is we get a lot of contact from people who are doing movies and TV content in all over Africa. And they want us to air it. So maybe we can work through DAPO to arrange.
Don't we have one program that's going to come out of Lagos, Nigeria, though?
Yes.
Right now?
Yes. And his bandwidth, which is why I asked the question, his bandwidth is not so good.
Right.
Yeah. So
well, he's working on, he needs to find a location where his bandwidth is very strong, but he's got, tremendous heart and passion, and he's going to get it done. I mean, he's got good content too, and he's very, very smart young man, and I no doubt that he'll get this figured out. I don't know, is there a lot of Starbucks in your country, in Africa?
Good question.
Well, there's a reason behind my question, technically.
We gotta have Starbucks, right, Dapo?
No, not yet. Not in Nigeria yet. I can tell you that.
Okay, so there you go. That's the problem.
I'm a great coffee lover.
If you have Starbucks, you're going to have a lot of high bandwidth internet access, because Starbucks brings that in. Right. That's why I asked that question. Yeah. Is if you try to, or if you want to start a coffee shop over there that has this, I'll be more than happy to work with you guys, because that's a big business. People will pay $5 a cup of coffee to sit in the cafe to get high bandwidth access. Gamers do it. So that's how big of high bandwidth these coffee shops bring to any country or any community that they go to. And because at first I thought, this is crazy. Who would want to spend this much money for coffee? It's not the best coffee in the world. I don't even like the coffee. It's the internet access and networking. So
yeah. So you probably have McDonald's, but they don't care about the bandwidth.
Wait,
they will push the bandwidth into your country, though. If they're there, they will bring the bandwidth there. That's one of the reasons why I think India likes having Starbucks so much. So
yeah, I never thought from that angle, but that's surely something worth exploring.
Yeah, I mean,
it is.
Wouldn't have Starbucks in Lagos, Nigeria, with 22 million people. I can't believe Starbucks hasn't got to Nigeria yet. They sell overpriced coffee, but people don't go there for the coffee. They go there for the bandwidth and the social aspects and all the other reasons to go over
they go there for the beaches and it's got beautiful countryside, right? I've never been, but I see so many videos from our TV shows that just show some of the most beautiful parts of South Africa, actually. So yeah.
Well, we need to get that show up and running in Lagos, Nigeria, because they have. I mean, I looked at the data. They have 100. It was over 100 million, but Dappler's telling us 120 million people. Kim, that's a lot of people.
I know. Maybe we can connect Dapo with the gentleman that's doing this and connect you. I mean, that's what we've done at IBM TV. We've connected a lot of businesses and a lot of people that are just growing. We've spun off a lot of new TV shows from people who've just been on our show. So, what are some of the things that you're wanting to accomplish in the next year or two for Africa with your global law firm?
Well, for the global law firm, I'm looking at actually producing a movie about the Pfizer Trovan trials in Nigeria, in which many children lost their lives in a drug trial that was carried out by Pfizer in Nigeria a couple of years ago. It has ended up in a huge scandal. A lot of eventually Pfizer paid some compensation to the government and to the children that were killed in that program. But that is one of the movies I'm looking at how we can produce in Nigeria.
Well, movies are a big business in Nigeria, aren't they?
Oh yeah, the Nollywood industry is one of the huge. After in Bollywood in India, I think Nollywood in Nigeria is next.
Yeah,
Nollywood. I like that. Bollywood, Nollywood, and Hollywood. You know,
Hollywood.
Hollywood is bigger than Hollywood. People just don't know that in America, but Bollywood is actually way bigger, and their actors are paid probably more than anyone in the world. But we've got some really good directors here that are interested in traveling around the world doing movies. One of them is going to be beaming in at 12 o'clock if you want a meeting.
About 30 minutes from now.
Yeah,
is that Henning Morales? Is he the one who's going to be coming in? Yeah, he's actually a Hollywood producer, and we were talking to him about a Hollywood producer and director, and we were talking about filming, and he films a lot in the United States because Hollywood does what Hollywood does. And we said, well, what about India? And he goes, what about India? I said, they have 1.3 billion people. You're ignoring that market. And Henning started thinking about it and he goes, okay, we're going to do some filming in India. So he's going to bring his set over to India to film one of the shows in India because, I mean, the numbers count. I mean, eyeballs and numbers count in the media game. And that's just the name of the game. When you say 120 million people.
Yeah. Well, Nigeria doesn't need
speaks.
U.S. help in terms of movie production, from what I can gather.
Yeah.
The only other thing I would say is that as an ignorant member of the United States of America, the thing I knew about Nigeria first was your football team, and that was pretty much all I knew about Nigeria. And I'm learning much more. So
End of knowledge of Nigeria because I mean, well, here's the problem. We're doing a special on Shandu, China. Okay, seriously, Shandu. Until this lady shows up and I go, where are you from? Shandu, China. I go, where's that? I mean, I just found out where Wuhan was the other day. Shandu has a population of 16 million people. But here in the United States, we don't hear anything about Shandu, China. And so so what we're doing is a whole special. And what we should do is a special on Nigeria because, Kim, there's just not a lot of education about what goes on over there. They have 120 million people, and we kind of like, 120
There's not a lot of business interconnection either, and maybe that's what we have to do. We have to start bridging that gap. Instead of building walls and international issues, as business people, I think it's up to us, not the government, to start bridging that gap. Like what we're doing.
The internet's the biggest bridge in the world.
Yes.
I mean, the thing is, we had Shambhu Pokhrel from Nepal on, and he was head of Biz Nepal. And, with Nepal, it gets very little attention over here. And, with Nigeria, it also gets very little attention over here. And we need, and like what Jim said, his knowledge of Nigeria is the Nigerian football team. That's it, And other than that, I know they have a lot of oil and gas. I don't know where it is.
That was my other point.
Gas.
The other point was that from the United States perspective, Nigeria was resource rich. So we wanted to come in and exploit it. But what I wanted to know was, it seems like China is much more advanced in getting into Africa in general. And I wondered, is Nigeria in particular seeing an influx of Chinese companies as opposed to United States companies, business-wise?
Definitely. I've actually had the opportunity to speak on this at the conference I was speaking on in Germany. And they were asking me that, well, the Chinese seem to have come into Nigeria and they're growing rapidly, whereas the Europeans and the Americans are still their influence is little. I said, yes, because what the Chinese do is they come in and do their due diligence on ground. Most other countries or Europe will do their due diligence about Nigeria on CNN and watch what the news is saying about them without actually coming in. And as you know, it's only bad news that sells on CNN, so they never really say the good things about it.
You're
why you
you
gotta come to
are
IBM
absolutely right, Dapo. Absolutely right. In other words,
It's all drama and bleeding.
it's all drama. It bleeds and leads here, baby, and that's all that they do here.
Why they
You
do
know,
that.
if you watch any, and our media is controlled in the United States by 5 companies. Now, Sasha just left us. Russia has 1 or 2. In India, they have 500. But see, the real problem in the media here is you're listening to maybe 5 different companies. They control all the media, and they realize ratings sell if you bleed. In other words, bleed. People want to watch the blood. Where's the blood? Drama. Okay, and so what happens
That's
is
what
no
they
one.
told Nick and I. If you
Yeah,
don't
they go,
don't
if it doesn't
you're
bleed, it
out.
doesn't lead, you're out.
And we're like, we don't want drama. We want to
we don't want drama. We want to know what's going on, not without the drama.
We want the
Now,
truth.
I understand though that China wanted to work more with Nigeria because China has no oil. In other words, they have to run their country off of oil, and they don't have any. And Nigeria's got a lot of oil. Okay,
Yep.
so would that have anything to do with it?
Oil rights in the U.S. I thought they bought out the U.S. for 100 years. I thought they did on China.
No, we have a lot of oil here, so we're like.
I know, but I thought that they bought a right for 100 years. I'm not quite sure who they bought it.
I think they're interested in Nigeria because Nigeria has oil. Remember, China has a real problem. They're running a huge country with no oil.
Well, let's let Dapo tell us.
Yeah, Dapo, you tell us. You know the oil industry. Tell us what's going on with China.
What are they doing?
Yeah, what are they doing?
Yeah, I mean, definitely China is getting a lot of oil from Nigeria to power their industries. They have overtaken America and Europe as the largest purchasers of Nigeria's products. Indeed, this COVID period that there was a shutdown affected the Nigerian oil industry because China was not able to take as regularly as before. But beyond that, they are able to export their steel and the rail into Nigeria, amongst other things they're doing here. But they've gone heavily into the steel manufacturing sector here. And even light steel and house, they're doing a lot of things all over the country now.
I'm really impressed by that. Yeah. But what I heard from you was that China came to Nigeria physically, and what the United States needs to wake up and go to Nigeria physically and be there if they want to do business there. Did I hear you correctly?
Correct. Well, we do have a large American oil multinationals in Nigeria. We have Chevron, we have Mobil, Enron Mobil now. We have, which other one is American? Those are 2. Texaco used to be here, but I think they merged with Chevron all over the world. So, but they are large and they're taking a lot of the oil. But even at that, they're not as adventurous as the Chinese would want to be. They're cowboys. They'll do anything to get into government.
Yes.
Cowboys.
Yeah.
that sounds like American.
In China.
The oil industry in Texas is just like the cowboy days. You know, most of it's out in Texas, right? So, but the majority of them still live as if it's the cowboy days. In fact, when they want to test if a very, very dangerous gas that will kill you in one breath, if they want to test if there's a leak, they send 3 men up. If the first guy passes out, the other 2 are supposed to run. There is no hope for the first guy. And there's, I'm like, why aren't we sitting in a canary? Well, it's inhumane. So they, I'm not kidding you. I got pictures.
I'm sorry to laugh.
I'm
almost crying.
I'm sat in meeting after meeting after meeting with these guys. They still do everything on a clipboard. To this day, all of this technology, they pump out billions and billions and billions of dollars worth of oil that they generate billions and billions and trillions of dollars worth of revenue, and they still only use a clipboard to check people in and out. And if there's an explosion about to happen, they're supposed to run to flags that are blowing in the wind. There is no technology being used that could help guide them or account for people where they are on the rig. The technology exists, and they refuse to invest in it. So no, they still live like cowboys. I'm just saying.
That's because Kim is from Texas, so she knows all the ways of the Texans. And Jim is from the Silicon Valley area, and they don't believe that anything happens unless it's a technology thing.
That's correct.
right?
Yes.
In other words, everything is guided on technology.
That's
It's
why I was
interesting to
asking
see
about
that
bandwidth, man, it's all tech.
it's
to me.
all about technology and bandwidth. So if you got a problem, get a new website. You got another problem, get more bandwidth. You have any other problem, hire an IT person. It'll solve all your problems, Dapo. Okay.
Works for me.
I
You're-
am
you're-
the IT person.
yeah.
That's it right there.
You know, so everything's solved there. But in Texas, it's a cowboy land. Okay, but in Nigeria, big country, big population. What is the what is the politics like over there? Does everybody all agree like they do in the United States? We only have one party, or do you have any difference of opinions over there? How's the political scene over in Nigeria?
Well, there are two main political parties in Nigeria, although there are about 30 or so registered ones. But we had the Democratic Party, the People's Democratic Party, which was in government for about 16 years. Before 1999, we had the military, mostly military rule, but in 1999, Nigeria returned to civilian rule. And for the first 16 years after that, we had a dominant party, the People's Democratic Party in government. But in the 2011 elections, which came up in 2000 election, that was the first time that there was a major upturn in the party. The ruling party was overturned by the main opposition party, which is the APC, African Progressive. That is more democratic. In actual fact, they are more populist in nature, but the PDP was more Republican type. That was winner takes all. The APC is more democratic in approach. They are more socialist minded, want to take care of the people. They have policies that empower the poor people and groom them. But outside that, but they've been in government now since 2011. The next election after that happened this year, or last year, 2015, was a renewal of the term for another 4 years. And we're looking at another elections in 2023.
Okay, yeah. Just for station identification purposes, this is the IBM TV network. For the people who are listening, we have Kim Calhoun, executive producer at IBM, beaming in from Raleigh-Durham area. Jim Eade, who is a FIDE chess master and also author of Chess for Dummies, and is beaming in from the Silicon Valley, or otherwise we call it the socialist states of Silicon Valley. And then our special guest today is Dapo Akinson from Lagos, Nigeria, who's an attorney there with global law. So he actually works with the International Consortium of Attorneys and Law out of Lagos, Nigeria. So just a brief for the people that tune in, because people tune in later on the program, so they know that's here. So Dapo, how's the economy right now in Nigeria due to COVID-19? Are you guys having problems in your economy like we are here, or how's the economy doing over there?
We're having problems.
Well, the economy in Nigeria was just picking up from the last recession that occurred across the world, and it was strengthening until early this year. There are signs that it may become weak, but right now the effect of COVID has not really struck as badly as in many other countries, and this is mainly because the government we have now has a few eggheads who have been managing the growth of the economy. They set up a think tank immediately under the vice president as soon as this occurred, and they've been able to cut down the budget, downsize on many of the projects they were planning to do for this year, and have been able to maintain social, and as I said, they're a more socially minded government, so they've been able to control social unrest by putting a lot of palliative and bringing the private sector to support the poorer people there. We're still pretty good.
Now you're an attorney over there. What possessed you to go to law school and become a lawyer?
Good question.
Yeah, it's always a good question. You can always ask lawyers, why did you decide to go to law school and become an attorney? What's the driving force there?
Kind of because I just couldn't find a better profession to be than a lawyer. Can there be anything better than being a lawyer?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good reason. Good any other reason.
Nick,
So.
I want to say, I don't know about Nigeria, but this economy, but our economy is doing great. The Dow is doing terrific. It's all green numbers. It's going up and up and up. Of course, there is this little story that says millions of Americans can't afford water. So we have to pay for our water, and we can't pay for it. So maybe there is something wrong with our economy.
Oh,
Not by the Dow.
Explain to me about the water. What's going on there?
Oh, I'll have to look up the story again because I just read the headline, but it said millions of Americans can't afford water as bills rise 80% in the decade.
So who's hoarding the water?
Well, it's the fact that we have so many people that have to pay to get water. And what is LA? LA would be a desert without us importing water to it from Northern California and Colorado. So these things are now becoming big businesses, and because Americans are strapped for money now, having to pay for your water is becoming a crisis for 80% of Americans.
Well, what happens, at least what I've seen,
I'm
Jim,
sorry.
What I've seen over here is that they have the water treatment plants, and water here is very expensive. Then they treat it and they say, drink it. Then I got notification, don't drink it because it's not any good. Then I got a notification, here's the big bill. We're going to treat it. Then I got another notification, nope, it's still not good, but we're going to send you a big bill. And water here is very expensive. And so I totally understand it. It was a big shock. When I thought it was mainly just because of the golf course I was living in, but a big shock that water here is very expensive. So let's go to Nigeria. Dapo, how is water over there? Is water expensive in Nigeria?
No, water is affordable in Nigeria. Although there are many rural communities that don't have access to potable water yet, but what we find is that there's a lot of holes and local wells that are dug that people usually access water. And because half of the country is also well irrigated, there's a lot of water and streams that run by. So people have access to potable water.
Okay. What
I
about?
want to share with you something that's really fantabulous that I came across because I'm an entrepreneur, but entrepreneurs come to me to help them launch their inventions and products. And this is an invention; it's patented, and I want to share it with you because it's about addressing the issue of pumping clean water cost effectively. And it's very portable, and I want to share it with you because I just think it answers a lot of problems that we're addressing today. If you don't mind, it'll take 3 minutes if you will bear with me to share this with you. Hold on just a minute, Nick.
You got to press share your screen.
I'm going to do it. Hold on. Nick learned how to do this yesterday. Now he's a master.
Survival system. HOPE stands for water, purification, energy. This is a solar water purification system, solar electric generator, and water pressure system all in one. Drinking water and infrastructure is likely lost when a disaster happens. The HOPE system addresses these key issues. First, we have the water purification of the system. Totally self-contained and powered, this system can be taken directly to a contaminated water source. There, the water can be cleaned and purified, producing only the finest quality water to drink immediately or be stored for later use. Now, local ponds and swimming pools become a survival water resource. The system utilizes various water filtration techniques consisting of micron filtration, carbon filtration, ultraviolet, reverse osmosis, and alkaline are also produced. In total, the system can produce 3 types of water: purified water at 2.5 gallons per minute, reverse osmosis and alkaline waters at 4 gallons per hour. In most disasters, water contamination usually kills more people than the actual disaster. The next key feature of the system is the ability to pressurize water. This feature allows you to reestablish water pressure in your home if pressure is lost from the utilities. Now water can be drawn from a swimming pool or other resource, then backfed into a standard garden hose outlet. Water pressure is then reestablished, allowing for toilets, showers, and sinks to run as if they're on the utilities. Use this feature to create pressurized water off-grid. The system is also capable of drawing water from a resource to fill containers, pump water from one location to another, or simply water gardens. Power generation is the final feature of the Hope system. Energy is produced to run the entire system for both water purification and pressure. Additional power is produced, allowing for both 120-volt alternating current and 12-volt direct current. Now you have a portable solar generator, capable of charging cell phones, laptops, power tools, radios, and more. Also run TVs, home computers, lights, small appliances, and more with the onboard power inverter and 12-volt DC plugins. The Hope system was created to address key components one might experience in a disaster situation. Purification of contaminated water resources is the core of the system. But with the ability to create power and pressurize the water, the system is made to bring back comforts of those lost in disaster or power outage. Now you have a system not dependent on the power grid or public utilities to provide basic survival needs. Find out more at www.h2opesystem.com.
All right.
Technology.
That's pretty cool.
Technology.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. He not just cleans and purifies with the purification light. The ultralight is World Health Organization approved. And but he also replaces the alkaline and osmosis in the water after he takes it out. There's a special system in there that puts the alkaline and stuff back into the water before you drink it. But what's fabulous about that is the power system that it has. He literally built his whole shop without any grid electricity. Literally built his whole shop with power tools off of that one system. And if you know how, he's got instructions, but if you buy that one system, you can daisy chain the battery supply and store up a lot more energy, because that's what solar is about, is collecting it and putting it into storage. And that storage is generally a battery, right? We've not learned how to do any other way. So, but you can have a battery storage bank for a long time that you're storing, right? So that you're not having to rely, just for now or overnight. And it addresses the issues that we're talking about. I just think it's a fabulous invention. Probably.
Where was that developed out of?
And I actually flew home with that on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
I took it home with me, one of the systems, in a Pelican case, and checked it. And when I got home, I had to tighten a few bolts, and it worked. So.
Where is it manufactured out of?
So they're looking for money to manufacture, but it's patented and used in Vegas right now.
Las Vegas. Okay. Right. Yeah.
Well, I don't think the electric industry is going to, they're not going to be sponsoring this.
No, they don't. You're not going to get it. Well, they don't. They also banned the use of solar in most of the states. You can get arrested if you use solar. Yeah, it's true. Actually, North Carolina has that ban. You cannot use solar until you've made a contract with the power company.
Right.
So you cannot utilize a solar panel until the power company has come and installed it, and you paid them $85,000 to install it. So by having a portable unit, though, I use it for camping and things like that. You can hook it up to a camper. You can take it with you on camping trips. Pump water out of the lake and have fresh, clean, beautiful, clear drinking water with alkaline in it. So, I mean, and I don't know if anyone really knows this, but they strip a lot of our good minerals out of water when they go to the cleaning facilities. So alkaline is removed, but did you know alkaline is what helps prevent our cancer?
I did not know.
So they strip all of our alkaline from our drinking water, from the purification systems. Pretty much that has been killing us because we need that alkaline in our body. So if you go research it, it's pretty interesting. But in Nigeria, you might be interested in this device because it's fairly easy to use, right? You just pull it up where you want it and start using it. It's very, very simple. Nick, would you like one?
I'd like more than one, actually. I see it as a potential business in Nigeria.
Well, let's manufacture it in Nigeria. I'll get the license. It's patented. Let's don't cheat the guy. Let's get a license to use and patent it. He'll come over and help you build the help show you how to build it He's got better ways to do it now. We could do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited about this project.
Yeah.
This product, it works like I'm sure we can adapt it. We use 240 volts in Nigeria against 120 volts out there, but with the
But that's converted. That's just a converter. I'm an engineer.
It works fine.
Right. I'm an engineer, so we can convert that. We can build it for Nigeria. That's why I said let's manufacture it in Nigeria. They'll come over and show you how to do it. But I am an engineer, and I know that part can be done. That's an easy job.
It's less expensive to manufacture outside the United States today. As a matter of fact, IBM has more employees in India than they do in the United States because it's less expensive to have employees outside. So when a product like that is developed, it's better to go to Nigeria, find the people there, and build it in Nigeria, and don't build it here because it's just way too expensive. And then also shipping cost. You can then ship it through all the places of Africa. The problem I've had, because I was going to give some chess books to some of my friends in Nigeria, to mail it and just get it over there was more expensive than the book.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that, Jim. I mean, I was going like, wow.
Use the EAD Foundation.
It's very expensive.
What?
Yeah. Sorry, Jim. Go ahead.
Use the EAD Foundation, eadfoundation.org, because I have a distributor in China, and he sends all my books and equipment to places like Uganda, Zambia so far, and I'm just getting started. But when I tried to do it from the U.S., it was prohibitively expensive. So I found a distributor in China who does it for a fraction of the cost.
Oh, really?
So I want you guys to know that unit didn't cost me any extra to bring on the plane. It didn't cost me extra because it didn't weigh over the limit, right? So I just wanted to let you know that
it carry on. You can carry on.
I could have, but it's kind of bulky for a carry on. It's a little big. But we with good manufacturing money, we can slim it down a little bit more. We can do that. But I just think that if somebody wants to build it somewhere, the other thing I was going to add to it once we got it manufactured for places like Nigeria is I wanted to add what they call a Wi-Fi grid system, so that they bounce from one unit to another out into a community, and you can communicate with each other off of Wi-Fi. And that's something I'm very good at. That's my engineering background, is not just Wi-Fi, it's communications and networks. I mean, I helped engineer the first fiber network in the United States. I was just actually reading an article I wrote back in 1993. I forgot about that. I did this huge article about it. So anyway, so that's one of the things I wanted to do, was add that, because I know places like in Africa could use that kind of bandwidth. So yeah.
Nick, you've got her just pushing buttons now? This is
I push everybody's buttons.
My hands up here. You see my hands.
Dapo into the Hollywood, since he likes movie production. And I know a Hollywood producer who we introduced a whole country to that has 1.3 billion. Now we're going to introduce him to 120 million people. Let's see if we can bring a Hollywood producer on. There he is, Henning Morales from Hollywood.
Hey, Nick, how are you, buddy?
Hey, welcome to the show. We have today, of course, we have Kim Calhoun, our executive producer in Raleigh, and we have Jim Eade, chess master, author of Chess for Dummies in the socialist state of Silicon Valley, and we have Dapo Akoson, who is an attorney in Lagos, Nigeria, who's also in the oil and gas industry. They have a lot of oil and gas industry, but also in the film industry, which he knows a little bit about. And then we have Henry Morales, who is in the film industry, a real Hollywood producer, who also has a legal background, but we won't apologize for that right now. And from what I understand, you're actually, Henning, you're looking to do filming in that wonderful country of India. It has about 1.3 billion people, and Dapo, who's in Nigeria, has 120 million people, almost the size of Los Angeles.
Let me correct that. It's 180 million, not 120.
180 million. Guys, see, Henning doesn't want 180 million people to go see his movie.
180.
Had 180 million people. 180 million people to see his movies, he'd be greatly disappointed.
I want to do a short timeout. I know that Henning mostly does movies about things that he has done in his lifetime, but Dapo wants to do a movie about some things that have happened in his, and he really wants to put this movie together. And so I was all excited about having the two of you on the same show today.
We got to add more people from Africa to get on this show, like right now. Oh, there she is, Alexander from Johannesburg, South Africa. Yeah, he runs the
Hello.
Maze Musical Cafe, which is beamed all over the world. And so just to welcome you, of course, you know Kim from Raleigh, Durham, executive producer with IBM TV. Henning Morales, a real Hollywood producer who also has a legal background, but we don't tell anybody about that. Dapo Atkinson, who is an attorney, who practices law in Lagos, Nigeria, that now has 186 million people. He's in the oil and gas industry, film industry, and global law, a member of global
law,
which has about 80
huge global law.
Like that. So he's an affiliate with 180 countries that do legal work. And Jim Mead, who's in the socialist state of Silicon Valley, who's the author of Chess for Dummies and other wonderful things. I don't know why he stays in the socialist state.
It's Chess Without Borders, Nick.
I found out today he exercised his options at Charles Schwab so he can afford to live in Silicon Valley.
I told you too much information.
Anyway, we've had quite a morning here without Ankit. Kim forgot to hit the right button, and we didn't kick off like we were supposed to.
Okay.
But anyway, we've landed and we're flying. We didn't land. We took off. Finally. It was all about taking off though, because Henning had quite a flight recently, didn't you?
Yes, I went on a flight with my 21-year-old son, who was on his second phase of acquiring his pilot's license, and he took me up for my first flight with him about 10 days ago, and it was amazing.
Wow,
that's so cool.
I hope you don't mind me sharing that.
What type of plane was he flying?
I don't know. Whatever they had.
Whatever they had.
A big one.
I wasn't paying attention to those things. I was just.
I know the idea.
I'm getting up and getting down and shooting.
I can relate to dads teaching their sons to drive cars, but I can't relate to them teaching their sons to fly.
But you know what? He doesn't have a car. He has a plane. He says, "What do I need a car for? I got a plane." So,
as one does. I love that. Could you go to the market, buy some milk, take your plane? I love it.
Yeah, why not?
Young man too, and he was in one of Henning's movies. So quite an interesting thing to see all the generations in Henning's movies.
Yeah, we want to run some promos on his movies, Kim. Destinova on IBM TV, since we figured out how to do the share. Tell us about the movies that you're working on right now, Henning, since you've arrived and you are the executive producer, director. You know about it. You probably know.
Yeah, well, I'm very excited to meet you all today, and thank you for having me on. Yeah, we're actually releasing 3 new films next month.
Wow.
And these are films we've been working on for literally 3 years, and full bore for 3 years, and we're finally getting a chance to release them in all their glory. And one is called Destinova, which we screened weeks ago, and some of y'all had a chance to take a look at that. And it's a feature-length film, a short feature, about an hour long, and it's about a couple of it's about a teenage couple. It's about a teenage couple. It's a conversation that takes place after a reconciliation with the teenage couple, and then as he's describing what's happened in the past 6 months since they've been broken up, and he's gotten around some insane motivational masters and turned his life around. So that's what Destinova is. It's got dancing, it's got singing, it's got drama, it's got chanting and cheering and romance, and it's really cool. That was very exciting, and that's finished. Romancery and Rebelistic are kind of two of the same category. Romancery was the first film that I produced. I did not direct it. I had a great director Andy Rivera, who kind of showed me how to do it pretty much. Young 25, 26-year-old kid, just very talented. And prior to Romancery, he was a director of horror movies, which he still is. So I've got this horror movie director to direct Romancery, which is a 20-minute short film. All of my films are inspirational, motivational, transformational films. Most of them are geared towards, well, all of them so far are geared towards that young adult marketplace. And Romancery was the first. So, when it's the first, that's the most special, I guess. As Kim said, my daughter's in it, my son's in it. They have little cameos. It was fun to do that. And we started to screen Romancery, Kim, and Beverly Hills, LA, different places. I screened in New York and New Jersey, and people really took to it from the message point of view, and also the fact that it was is heavily musically based. And we screened Romancery, I think, 3 weeks ago. Some of you might have seen it. And it's basically 6 songs. That's the movie. And it's some voiceover and a little bit of interview footage and a strong message. It's about 2 teenagers, teenage friends. And they have to make a decision. One goes one way, takes the positive road, which is yours truly. And the other decides to live a life of crime and take the easy way out. And then they get into it. He gets into a pickle. The kid who becomes the criminal gets into a pickle, and it's about loyalty, and it's about decisions and consequences. And there's we do everything in the 80s. We go back in time. Everything's a time, like a time capsule. No cell phones, no computers, and that was so well received, guys, that the people that actually came to the screenings started to insist that we create a feature-length film based on this story.
Wow, that's awesome.
The teenage criminal and the teenage motivational master, and we created a feature film, and that feature film is what we're finishing now. It's called Rebelistic. Next Wednesday, tomorrow, we're going to have a screening. We'll invite you guys to. It's called Unblinded. We have 3 motivational master speakers who are all blind. That's going to be our theme tomorrow, and then next week, our theme is Rebels with Causes. And I want to invite Kimberly to come on as a rebel with a cause. Nick seems to be too rebellious. He's wearing those black. I don't know if we can.
He might be too cool.
He might be too much.
I'm too above the fray, but I do consume movies. I watch them. That's what I'm good about. I can watch them. So how do you watch your movies, Henning? I want to watch movies. I mean, my wife and I, we do that like every night. Find a movie to watch. How do we watch?
RevShare Films. It's launching on 4th of July. That's how you're going to be able to see it. We'll give all your fans and all you guys tickets to go to watch them online. And then as soon as things open up, we're going to be screening several of our movies at the festivals and different private screenings. But really online is where you see these. And just to finish up on Rebelistic, just again, to give you a sense of how we're doing this, Rebelistic is a 2-hour feature film. It's serious. So we're going to screen. We're going to screen Rebelistic next Wednesday. And it is scary. It is scary because we take the concept. I don't want to give too much away. We take the concept of this kid who decides to lead a life of crime. And he really does get into it really deeply. And we focus on the friendship between the 2 teenage boys, and then there's a third. We call her the princess. There's a third character who's a mafia princess who's in the mix also. And so between the 3 of them and their teen angst and all the things that teenagers go through, and the actual dealing with the real New York mafia of the 1980s, and all these stories are true stories. But by the way, so you have to really understand that it's hard to make this stuff up. And I really am so proud of the work these actors have done. And for Rebelistic, I brought in another young hotshot director, Brandon Lee, and he's 24, 25, and he directed the thing and he shot the heck out of that movie. It looks so pretty. And that's what we're doing, guys. We got those 3 movies coming out, and love to have you all part of it. Whatever you need from me to get you more involved with what we're doing, I'm all for it. And
I'm in. I'm in.
So it releases.
Wait.
I can see it on RevShare Films on July the 4th, right?
Yeah, but wait. See, I've been going to its screenings on Wednesday nights. It's a watch party. You kind of go and dial in on his Zoom. They'll play it. You bring your little box of popcorn like I do, right? And because I never got to go to many movies in my lifetime, so this is really kind of fun for me. But it's like a rock opera. That's what you've been calling it. It's a lot of just fabulous music that just fills your soul, builds the drama, and it is. It's just one theme and series with a mission and a message in it. But it's Wednesday nights usually. He sends me a link. I'll try to send it out to everyone. I usually try to, but remind me if you have not received it. It's a Zoom link. If you missed the Zoom link, you can go to his Facebook page, Penny Morales, and you can watch it. So like if you run late, like I do sometimes, I'm unfortunately dealing with attorneys late at night. I'll dial and I'll watch it as soon as I get home. So, but if you're running late, the doors close. You can't come in late, just like a movie theater, right? You shouldn't go in late because the lights, you disrupt the movie. But it's a lot of fun, and you meet a lot of people. Oh my gosh, I've met Holmes there. He's on our show once or twice a week now. Mm-hmm. I've met a lot of people. Henning, I met a long time ago, but. Well, it seems like a long time ago, but it wasn't.
Wasn't it like 40 or 50 years ago? But
yeah.
Something like that. Okay. Can Alexander May and Dapo watch these movies? She's in Johannesburg. He's in Lagos, Nigeria. Can they watch these movies, Henning?
Yeah, these are worldwide releases. There are no geographical restrictions to
borders
to these films. And other films coming onto the platform will have possibly geographical restrictions and geo-targeting and whatnot. But no, these are available. And like I mentioned, I want to give, basically you go in and buy a ticket to watch it. It's $4 or $5 or whatever. And I'm going to make sure that we give tickets to all y'all, so you can just go ahead and jump in. And yeah, anywhere in the world, I'd be honored to have you guys watch it. We're going to screen Rebelistic on the Rebels with Causes night, not this Wednesday, the following Wednesday. We're going to screen the whole movie for you, so you can just click on the link and watch it with us. And then we have a panel of 10 Rebels that are going to be giving their comments on the movie. And here's the rule: that they can only say nice things about the movie.
Of course. If they say anything else, you have to delete that.
But you can also get his books online, right? So,
yes, on Amazon. There's a Dirt Merchants right there.
If you want this to be done, you have to go visit him.
Yes,
so I had to literally fly to LA to get my book signed.
She did. She flew out.
Now, Jim writes a book called Just for Dummies. Henning, are you writing a book called Movies for Dummies? Or are you doing anything?
That's actually, if I had more time, I would really think about that, because I'm really, I'm a high school dropout. And as you also mentioned, I'm also a law school dropout. I dropped out of both places. So that's very unique. Like, Dapo, have you ever heard of somebody that was a high school dropout and then also a law school dropout? You have
to or Bill Gates.
Yeah, well, usually you drop out of one place. Usually you don't drop out of both places, right? It's hard to get to both places of dropping out. That's a difficult feat. So,
I can hop in here, and I can one up you by saying that in South Africa, 2 presidents ago, or was it the last president? Sherbet, I should figure it out. Jacob Zuma, he became South Africa's president. And he dropped out of school after 7th grade, and he became South African president. So
there you go. All right. There you go. I'm not running for president.
Okay, Dapo, that's how you become successful in the film industry. You just got to drop out of school. That's all.
Don't do it. We're professionals here. Don't do this at home, kids.
No. Stay in school.
Are we advising them otherwise? Is that what we're doing? Are we advising?
I'm not advising him. I love school. I just
he gets on and says, "Let's get the kids back in school." What do we do to get the kids back in school? So
my God. Well,
but wait a minute. Didn't our board of advisors? We have this logo, IBM TV Smart Television, but to get more viewers, our board thinks we need to change the name IBM TV Dumb Television or IBM TV.
It's a bigger audience.
Dummies.
For dummies.
Dummies, and we'll get a bigger audience. What do you think?
I don't think. I think you keep it smart. Keep it smart. Let's bring the dummies up to.
There you go. That's it, Henny.
Thank you.
Got it.
Right.
This filmmaking process, though. Sorry, just to answer the question. The process really is. It's a learning curve. As I mentioned, the first two I didn't direct because I just did not. I did a lot of television prior and a lot of live events. That in my background before all this was as a public speaker. I was a speaker. I traveled the world and I learned from some I call them the old guys. Some of the best public speakers, ministers, keynote speakers, what have you, and was able to do that. That was my job for 10 years before all of this. Yeah, well, he was one of them. Tom Hopkins, Jim Rohn, Tony Robbins, all those guys. Those guys are my mentors and showed me how to do it. And now, it was a learning curve because I had done live programs. I'd done TV live, been in a lot of TV programs. I've been host of TV shows and conducted seminars and that sort of thing. But I had never directed a film before. And I wrote the script and that's why I wanted to bring these young guys in because I wanted it to have a youthful feel, and I also wanted to learn how to do it. And I learned just by watching how they did it. And Kim was graceful enough to show up on set for my first day. I think that was the first day of that I directed anything in movies. And then now it's been three movies later, and I learned it. So making movies for dummies. I don't know if that's the title, but I think I could tell these young filmmakers a little bit about how it goes. I'm getting the link for tomorrow night for you guys, how it goes. And I think that, for filmmakers out there, the one piece of advice I would give is to just to keep shooting. It's like in basketball, if you're a shooter, it doesn't matter if a shooter goes 0 for 10. Kobe Bryant was my favorite basketball player for 20 years, the late great Kobe Bryant, and he would go 0 for 10 and he would just keep shooting. He wouldn't stop shooting. Before you knew it, he had 40 points, right? Shooters keep shooting and keep making movies, even if it's short films, music videos, commercials, home videos. Just keep shooting and keep getting better, keep improving. And then second of all, care about what you're putting out there, care enough to make it great. And that would be kind of 2 chapters of making movies for dummies. There you go.
Well, Henning, I've got to tell you, because you take one look at me and the only thing I watch is the Disney Channel. And it doesn't sound like your movie is going to be on the Disney Channel anytime.
Well, remember, he's Chess for Dummies, so Disney is an upgrade. Go on.
Well, Disney, a lot of times it used to be that Disney was like Cinderella and Snow White. Now Disney, they do all kind of things that are, but as far as family type programming, my films just are more like a PG-13 situation. They're not meant for little kids. They're meant for teenagers and young adults and older as well.
Right.
And because we, as Kim said, we have a little trick that we use. I'm going to give you guys a little secret here. The mafia that is depicted in these movies owns a music studio. So we have an excuse to always go in that music studio and make good music while all the gangsterism and thuggery is going on, surrounding the studio. So the music is what takes it to everybody. People have just raved about it. And I have the great fortune of having Andrew Lane, who's a 14-time platinum winning music producer, as my music director. He's my very dear close friend for 10 years, and he agreed to do it. And again, I really can't say enough about the team that kicks in their talents and their abilities and money, to make these movies happen. I cannot it's a dream deal. And that's why, you know, when it comes time to getting these things shot properly, getting them cast right, getting them edited properly, I just take it so seriously because everybody's name is on it. And I think that's what takes it to a much wider audience. And even my 11-year-olds who, you know, they watch all my movies and they don't really understand all of it, but they like the music and they like the style and they like there's things that they like about it and they always applaud for me. So that always makes me feel.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I have a trick I'll share with you, and Nick will know that.
I don't have any tricks. So go
when
on.
I want to play chess with somebody, I bring a bigger piece than they do. So that's how I win.
Okay.
So we all have
So now the problem is that Henning, I have challenged Jim, the person that wrote Chess for Dummies. This dummy decided to challenge Jim for to a chess game when we eventually get out of lockdown here in South Africa, and I'll buy his book and I'll read his book and I'll challenge him. But now, Jim, I don't like the fact that you're bringing a bigger chess piece than me. That's not okay. That's
not fair.
Cheating.
All right.
That's just not fair. I think that's we have to talk about that. We have to talk about maybe Jim needs a little counseling.
Oh, he needs a lot of counseling. Henning. A lot of counseling.
And we have to find out.
I don't think there's enough hours in a day.
If it hasn't worked by now, it's not going to work.
You know, it might be too late. Maybe a case you just have to give up.
Lost cause. Okay.
I'd like to recommend that we do this on Chess Stars. We play this tournament on Chess Stars, and maybe on one of the Saturday chess. But we should play it on Chess Stars.
Without Borders too.
Chess Without Borders. There you go. Dr. Tula,
speaking of India, Dr. Tula has just joined us from India. Dr. Tula, how are you doing?
Good evening. All well, sir. How are you, Nick?
You do not have coronavirus. No coronavirus, no?
No. Actually, I was not well for a period of time, a little here and there.
Okay.
So I just, was more confined to my house.
Mm-hmm.
I had little upper respiratory symptoms, so I presume I've recovered, so I don't think there is any problem at the moment.
Okay.
Good for you.
Glad to have you join us. For those who are joining us right now on IBM TV, we have Kim Calhoun, executive producer at IBM TV in Raleigh. Alexander May, who's the star of Alexander May's Musical Cafe, which is broadcast.
I want to hear more about that.
Sunday. It's a great show. I've seen it a lot.
You guys have to run, so I want to hear more about Alexander.
She's only 24 years old, and she puts together a great show out of Johannesburg.
Alexander, do you have a promo online? Do you have your promo online?
No, I don't yet. I'm still building it. Yes, but I can tell you about the show because I actually, before I tell you about the show, I wanted to hop in on something Henning was saying, and I think that it's so cool what you were saying earlier, Henning, about anyone that wants to be a director or producer. When it comes to directing, just keep shooting, and I think that is such a cool thing to say because it's very true. 10,000 hours, you got to put in your 10,000 hours of work. And even then that isn't enough. And when it comes to writing songs, I'm a singer-songwriter. You write 2 million songs to find the one song, and that's just the way it goes. So I really do find what you just said very inspiring, very true. So thank you for feeding that to the next generation. That's on behalf of the younger generation. Thank you for that.
But also, you know what's brilliant about her, Henning, is she actually puts the whole show together. In other words,
I want to see it. This is like the best kept secret. Give me a link. Give me something.
She's on IBM TV Sundays. She brings in the top singers in South Africa are on her show.
Okay, wow.
I'm just going like I'm flabbergasted what she does. So she's really great, and she's on IBM TV. I told Kim, I said, our only problem is that she'll get a big contract someday somewhere and we'll lose her. We're going to lose her, but that doesn't matter. We always have Jim Eade, who's sitting over there. Okay, he's author of Chess for Dummies. We're not worried about losing him anytime soon. There will be no contract for Jim. It just ain't going to happen. So the things he'll be with us a long time. And we're behind you to support
like Henning was
shows
saying,
worldwide.
It's the first one that you always love. So, you'll always love IBM TV.
Oh no, it's so true. It's so
I want
It's
to
very
add.
true.
Go ahead.
She'll be gone.
Yeah.
She'll be gone
Sorry.
with
No.
Shalana
You know,
Twain or
the thing is
what's her
that
name? One of these other famous singers, actors, whatever the heck they do.
What I want to add
You know?
though is that she's not just doing her own show and all of this music. She also helps direct her sister's show that's on. It's a children's.
Oh, her sister show's really good too. Oh my Lord, that's the puppets, right? The puppet.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that she's your sister.
children's
I'm so
show.
in love.
And
Okay.
then there's another children's show that follows that she helps direct as well.
Yeah.
And all of this is on Sunday mornings from 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 11. Then Grant Edmond from South Africa has his music show. And then Alexander comes on at 3. And and it's fabulous. It's just, she brings on some of the world's biggest stars. She had somebody from The Bachelor on there a couple weeks ago. So she's,
and her shows are recorded, aren't they, Kim? So you can actually go back and look at them
go back
on
and watch
IBM TV.
them. But she's also a phenomenal music artist. That's how we met.
Yeah.
She just cut a song, and it's going really big. I'm not.
What kind of music?
South African music, of course.
No, I sing pop country. So
Pop country, okay.
So I started out as a singer-songwriter. I've been singing since I was a kid. When I was 18, I was signed to a local record label here in South Africa. I was with them for a couple of years, and I was very much in the pop space. But once I left them after 2.5 years, I just thought I have to go back to my roots and go back to songwriting. And I went to the center of the universe when it comes to songwriting, which is Nashville. And that was maybe like 3 years ago or so. That's where I met Kim at Bobby's Idol Hour, which is my favorite bar, which is now sadly closed, but reopening. So when it comes to the show, IBM.TV is just such a great family. I've known Kim for that many years, and when she asked me if I'd like to come on and do my own show, I just jumped at the opportunity. So it happens here on IBM.TV every Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 9 p.m. in the evening for me here in South Africa. And because it's like a cafe-style chat show where I interview and showcase guests from the entertainment industry, and we talk about relevant topics, sort of their life. I find that I've got I think up to 9 or 10 episodes now, which is great, which is pretty cool. And I find that every single episode has been so informative. I have learned so much, and people watching, just the comments that have been streaming in is incredible. They're loving the conversation and what we talk about when it comes to these different aspects of the entertainment industry. And then, of course, as we must, at halftime, there's usually this like writers round, which is acoustic original music, and we each tell our story about the song when we play it. Sometimes we got guys on the piano, guitar. Sometimes it's a track that they've been working on that we share a screen and play on here. And that's just like a really cool musical break to have a bit of a storytelling. And then after that, we end the show off, and I find that because of the amount of interaction we've had with guests and viewers, that people just want these guys back and want to learn more, a part 2 of something or a part 3 of something, because you can never talk too much about sync deals, and you can never talk too much about songwriting. You can never talk too much about it. So there's often like a part 2. But like I think it was 2 weeks ago, we had The Bachelor and his bride to be from South Africa, which was quite cool. We also last week we had the man who, his name is James Anderson. He is in charge of music at the University of Delaware. And we had him on with a few of his star students. We had Jonathan Crossley, who's a doctor of music. We had Aliska Crossley, who in fact runs the content, who manages the content for Jukes South Africa. Jukes is a streaming platform like iTunes and Spotify, and she runs the South African branch. This week, we've got some really cool people. We have a beautiful singer-songwriter. She's Polish, but she is currently based in the UK and also travels to Nashville, which is where I met her. Her name is Maisley. And we've also got a star in South Africa called Amy Chasink, and she did really well in The Voice South Africa. And we also have a guy called Oscar Roth, who is a Swedish songwriter. So we've got a bit of a global thing this week. And next week, Should I let the cat out of the bag? I don't know if I should. I'll let the cat out of the bag. This is like a big moment for me. Next week we have the famous Bluebird Cafe on my show from Nashville. I can't believe it. So I've got the Bluebird Cafe on my show next week, along with a beautiful singer-songwriter. His name is Elandre, and he's from here in South Africa. And he is an Afrikaans singer. Afrikaans is a language here in South Africa, but he is bilingual. And he's more in the country side of things. He is signed to Sony International. He was meant to be going over to Nashville the same time I was supposed to be going over now in March, but obviously things were cancelled. So we're actually going to meet up there in the States. But he's on this week along with a few, next week, along with a few major songwriters as well. So that's the next 2 weeks. I'm stupidly chuffed.
I'm telling you,
sounds fantastic. Wow.
that is hopping. And I want to share something. Also, I think, maybe Henning could understand this, is that one of the things that these musicians miss is that feedback from the live audience. This is a message that I get from all of them when they come on our show and talk with us, is that they miss that. And we're trying the best we can to get that feedback. By when we do this, we hope that people are texting in. If you can't hear that applause, and you can't hear, me going crazy in the back going, woohoo, way to go. But we are trying to engage that because a lot of the musicians say that they truly, truly miss that engagement and interaction that they have had over the years in live. And Alexandra has taken this bull by the horn or the tiger by the tail, and she says, you know what, let's change this up. And she's giving these people that opportunity to come back out of their shell, because I think everybody kind of just went into their shell, right?
Oh, 100%.
And she said, no, let's get out, let's do this. And so they're doing write-arounds, something that they always did at the cafes or at our favorite Bobby's Idle Hour where we met. And so
no, it's been great to do that, because I found that a lot of singer-songwriters, or actually a lot of people in the arts, let's just put it that way, when it comes to the entertainment industry, naturally our industry was the first to, I think, really get hit the hardest, because there is no way for us to make money. There was no way for us to all do business, because I can't get out and perform. And when you download a song on iTunes, even though it costs you maybe like $1, $2 or so, or maybe sorry, I'm getting my currencies mixed up. It costs you about 7 Rand to download a song on iTunes. I only get a percentage of that, so the money's quite small. So people in my industry, we were making no money. I've got friends who were selling their cars. They had no money. Wow. So naturally, because of that, you become quite insular. You become very depressed. You become just like you pull into yourself. And I found that by encouraging a lot of my friends in this industry to come onto the show and do this, and friends in the States as well, because in Nashville, you make money by playing at bars. That is the industry. That's the industry. And
they don't make money selling albums like they used to do, because when Napster came about, Napster killed that industry. So Napster just totally destroyed that industry. Everybody, they even showed me BMI reports pre-Napster and after Napster, and you can tell that it just killed the industry. And when you say people are selling their cars, they lost their homes. And I don't want to put a downer on this, but we talk about suicides. The suicide rate went extremely high in that industry. And even when I was there not filming, but recording my song, I've heard about at least 1 suicide a day in that area. So that was very concerning to me. There's a lot, but Alexandra said, you know what, let's get back out of our shells, come on my show. Yeah. Let's talk about what's going on, not just here in Africa, but in Nashville. Maybe like to jazz it up and add some from New Orleans, maybe some stuff from other parts of the country or other worlds, Africa, India, get some musicians in from India. So
yeah, no, it's just
Alexandra,
been growing.
Can I interrupt you and ask you a question? Because you told me that you are into pop country music. Now, country, I understand. What is this pop country music?
Pop country.
Okay, so pop is just a colloquial term for popular. It is the music of the day. And back in the 80s, it was sort of a pop rock, and it just it's popular in that country. So even in India, if pop music might be different to my pop music because it's colloquial popular. It's sort of become a more general term as obviously in the last few years, it's become more of a general genre term. But when I say country, I'm talking about the real talk of storytelling and talking about values and what country music is, just the storytelling of it, which is why I love country music. I love Carole King. I love those storytellers. And when I say pop, I'm talking about just what is popular, cool music, cool rhythms, beats, sounds, guitars, anything extra that I love in music that I'm putting over that story to tell that story. That's what I mean by that.
So basically what you're trying to tell me is that the conventional country music, I mean, is being superseded by some added beats or some different music instruments?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, so country music, when you think of country music, you usually think cowboy hats and straw sticking out your mouth.
Don Williams,
sure.
Randy Travis. These are people, Kenny Rogers. These are the people which come to your mind when you look at country.
Yes, exactly.
So
that's very country.
What is the difference between their country music and your pop country music?
So it's the same story. We still talk about the same story. They talk about their families, they talk about their kids, they talk about their marriage, their life, what's going on around them in their country, in their town. They still tell very honest stories. So the story is the exact same. It's the exact same story that I'm talking about. I talk about my family. I talk about what I'm going through in my country. I talk about what I'm going through in my life. So it's the same story that I'm telling, but I'm only telling it in a way as a 24-year-old. I'm telling it in a way that I would enjoy telling the story. So you can even look at Pink. Pink, she's a great pop star, but she's got real stories behind her. Daughtry being a really cool rock band, they're actually based in sort of a country storytelling way. They tell their stories in a country way. Taylor Swift used to be very country. She's gone more pop, but she still tells her stories in a very country storytelling way. So I hope that explains it. I hope that helps explain the two genres.
That sounds like a good explanation. I was just trying to do introductions, but thank you, Alexander.
Because I presume Nick must have also listened to a lot of the country oldies. I mean, people like Randy Travis, people like Glenn Campbell,
Alison Krauss,
Alison Krauss, So I mean, in between, I heard the sad news that Kenny Rogers passed away. I mean, this was during the Corona initial period. I mean, there was just a twinkle of a headline in India. Unfortunately, now I don't know. Many people may not even know who he was. I mean, he was one of the
very
best
sad
people who used.
So
this was during the Corona times. I don't think even if that news would have been flashed in the US, I don't know how many people knew it in US also.
It definitely was. It definitely was big news. I think. I mean, we got the news here, and I was big fan.
Kenny Rogers, he did some fabulous work. Henning has to leave, but he's got a trailer for us. He'd like to share.
Let's listen to the
roll real quick?
trailer from Henning Morales. How do you do that, Kim?
Do you want to click on the link? It's emailed to you, or do you want to?
Did you send it in private chat, or did you email it?
I just emailed it to your regular email.
Okay, let me get it.
This is actually, while we cue this up, this is actually a music video I directed. And so in honor of Alexandra, I decided to put up a music video. We have, it's a rock opera. It's one of 10 rock operas that
it's amazing,
that tie into the movie. So a lot of my actors are musicians, and this is Kaylee Marie. She performed it. She acted in the movie and also starred in the music video. So we can just show that. And also Drew is in this one. Drew does a cameo, and Drew Lane and Tiago Austin playing Tiago makes a cameo. So
can you send me the link a different way? My email.
I'll put it right here in the chat.
Okay, do
put
that.
It in the chat, the private chat.
Perfect.
Can we pick it up from the private chat and put it in?
All right, hold on. Let me do that.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Henning, I just want to say that I'm a big fan of what you do, and I'm going to take. You see, you've sent a link in our private chat. I am going to click on that. Click on that link. The sort of movies that you were talking about earlier are exactly what my dad also loves to watch. So we're going to have to put that on the big screen, and I'll send you a picture of us watching it.
There you go.
I'm going to add, Henning, we haven't even touched on what he works on, but he's got a big mission to help stop teen suicides, which is a very big passion of mine. So he's got a lot going on. I don't know how he does it, but let me grab the link.
We'll be on again next Thursday. We'll get on again at 9. We'll do it again.
And I see it in the private chat. Also on introductions, we have Isabel Jane, and she's the one, you do the puppet show, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the little Rosie the puppet. We're having a little bit of audio problems. No, we can hear you, but it's like the audio is a little off.
There we go.
Okay. I do a kid show.
All right. So it's still on private. The link is private.
Let me try to see if I can share. Hold on.
Yeah, if you can share, just click
share screen.
And then click application.
Yeah, it's doing the same thing. Oh, here it is. Okay, hold on.
And then make sure you click audio.
You want me to click on application?
Application,
and then you got to. There's a little button below called audio. You got to hit the audio button too.
Okay, so
Nick took lessons yesterday.
I learned how to do this yesterday.
Well done.
Yeah. You are.
I can now share screen. I'm not as good as Alexander May. She puts a whole show.
Technical.
And the thing is, I actually wanted to say my director's currently backstage. I can see him, and so I have learned how to do everything, and I've even got the green screen now during my show. Like my background is green screen, and I've been having so much fun. But I have to tell you, I know at least that if I fail, my director's got my back. So
let me say who I think's got fabulous green screens, and that's Isabella and Rosie. They're green screen.
Yeah, Isabella and Rosie.
Is that green screen? I mean, I like yours too, Alexandra, but this is a kid's world that she creates. And I'm just like, what? Is that green screen?
By the way, Henning Morales, that's a green screen back there. I don't know if you guys know that. He's really sitting on a beach in California. So he puts this green screen together.
That's hilarious.
Office. You know, office.
There's no green
screen. So let's get the view of the beach from him.
That's all.
Let's get the view of the beach from him. We've not seen beach in ages now.
No, he hangs out at a beach in California, and then puts a fake.
Have you been able to fix that?
It says sharing this tab to StreamYard. It says sharing it. Can you guys see it?
I've got it. I can click it. Kim, do you want me to click it?
Yeah.
Oh wait. Okay, I see
got it. It's here.
There we go. We all did it. There we go.
Speeding, and this is Kaylee beats Drew. Take 1, and
so it's here. Okay.
I don't know why I tried to find the light inside everything. All I see is empty. Can you find me here, falling and falling blind? Will your feet save me from the darkness? Scars on this callous heart. Feel your skin blind. Oh, satisfied. Feel you inside. Can you find me here, falling blind? Will your feet save me from the darkness? Nice to meet you, Drew.
Very cool. That is so cool.
That just
That's
pulled
awesome.
together so beautiful, and I love the artwork mixed with the animation type artwork mixed with it. Just adds a new flavor to it. I just think it's beautiful.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for having me on. Let's all connect. Let's team up. Let's change the world.
Tomorrow night, I'll be there tomorrow night.
Yes, tomorrow night, 6 o'clock. The link is in the chat, and share it. You guys are all welcome to come on. And then July 4th, we'll have our movie releases and all that good stuff. Thanks, guys.
There we go. We got something
That's
to do.
awesome. Thank you.
Bye.
He's so cool.
So fabulous. I just love working with Henning. I've got videos of him behind scenes, right? He is so much fun behind scenes, and no matter what goes wrong or anything, the energy just keeps building up. You know, when things can get really negative, because I've worked with directors that can be really not so nice. And
Yeah.
you know, Alexandra, how you said you got a director that has your back. That's always great, but that's him. And I nicknamed this little thing that he would have them all do, where he would go 1, 2, 3, and they jump right in the movie, and I called it the Henning hop, right? Because he would just everybody in sync. That's how he 1, 2, 3 jump, 1, 2, 3 jump, and that's how he motivates, right? Get everybody in sync, get everybody listening. So, but it's really cute. I've got some, maybe I'll pull it all together and share them one day. But no,
That'd
you
be
guys
awesome.
are going on. Sunday is one of my favorite days. So I just really look forward to Sunday. Saturdays. It has become fun to me again too, because we've got a lot going on there. Isabella, I'm in love with Rosie. And you are really, you take us around the world. You know, I'm not a kid, and I'm watching this, and I'm just like, wow, that is so sweet. Who comes up with the music theme song is really cute. Who came up with that?
That is for me the very music production of so yeah, I kind of came up with a song with me that I wrote when I was like 12 years old, and I re-recorded it. I made the track from scratch. I actually had a question the other day where it was like, how do you and Rosie sing at the same time at the end of your theme tune? I said, well, I just recorded both of our voices together. Trick everyone, because obviously we're doing differences in my voice.
It works.
Yeah, I thought I'd have a bit of fun and have people fixed.
Okay, no, that's great. Nick,
Yeah.
are you having problems hearing?
Yeah, I'm having problems hearing Isabella. There's something wrong with her sound system.
Okay.
In other words,
So,
her sound is breaking up, and I don't know what the reason is. It's a microphone, or it's a connector, or let's get our engineers behind this. We'll bring Jim in because he can solve the problem.
Yeah. But I did want to talk about Alexandra May a little bit, because I looked her up on YouTube Music, and I found her typical girl. And I was, unfortunately, she's not here now, but I was going to ask her, how does she get paid by this? Because I can listen to her music, and I don't know if she's getting a cent for it. And I just was wondering.
So I've tried for years to
commercial attached to
YouTube, but you have to have thousands and thousands and like tens of thousands of viewers before they start compensating you.
Actually, they'll pay you $3 per thousand, approximately.
Per thousand, and then they well, if you get over 1 million, I think they start slipping ads in.
Yeah.
So
I have to subscribe to her. Is that how she gets paid, or?
Well, it depends. Sometimes what happens, Jim, sometimes it's free. In other words, what they do is they do that a lot of the stuff for free. It's a lost leader, so that people will go see their live shows. Okay, so the thing is, the whole game is, okay, it's free. Then people go see the live shows, then they pay to see the live shows. So it's like a lost leader.
Yes, I understand.
Some of it is ad supported. In the ad support, the numbers are about $3 per thousand. So the thing is, you need at least 1,000 people to get $3. Well, you can't do much with $3, so you have to have 10,000 to get $30. Okay, you need 100,000 to get $300. It's a real tough industry. Media is just a tough industry. So
I was wondering though, is it if I listen to her, does that count as one of the 1,000, or do I have to subscribe?
not unless it's ad supported. It's a tough industry. It's worse than writing chess for dummies.
Or
That's
buying
the
gold.
hardest thing I ever did in chess.
Really? Okay. Well, I'm just letting you know. It's a media is a tough industry, which is
I
one
agree.
reason people do other things. Just
Nick,
like
considering the time spent and effort and everything else, isn't it easier to buy gold or something?
Of course, what you do is much easier to buy gold or buy options. What we do in investing, almost anything
Sell
else.
options.
Okay,
Sorry.
the two worst industries to be in is media and chess. So guess what we're doing here? Oh, we'll bring in somebody else. We'll bring in Judith. Judith, how are you doing?
I'm excellent. How are you guys?
Okay, what city are you beaming in from?
I'm actually currently in Telki. That's a small village next to Budapest in Hungary.
Sure.
And this is what I call home, away from home. This is my second home.
Are you in Hungary or are you in Turkey?
I'm in Hungary.
You're in Hungary. Okay, so you're near Budapest.
Nick,
yes, that's correct.
Judith is my guest on the next show, Chess Without Borders.
Oh, really? Okay, all right. Well, the thing is,
Bulgar is going to join us.
Okay, well, let's ask a question. Judith, you are a chess player?
I'm more of an organizer. I know how to play chess. I'm not a good chess player by all means, and I like organizing. I like putting on good show for the players. I organized very small events and very big events, casual events and high prestigious events. So that's what I'm good at.
Okay, so have you been to Budapest then?
I grew up in Budapest, and then when I got married, we moved to the US. And so we live in the US, but we always come back for summer.
Okay, because Budapest actually has the NAPTI conference. Are you from the NAPTI?
Nope.
Okay, there's NAPTI is the National Association of Professional Television Executives.
Oh.
It's the largest buyer and seller of television content in the world.
Nice.
And there's only 2 meetings a year. One is in Miami, which I've already been to. The other's in Budapest, which I have not been to, was scheduled to go this year, but this thing, coronavirus, hit. And so we're not going to go. But next year, we'll probably go there to the NAPTI meeting in Budapest, because that's where all the television and movie producers hang out to buy and sell content. But the content you buy and sell is in the chess area, from what I understand.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Do you know Jim? Because he wrote that book, Chess for Dummies. He's the guy over here.
Well, I don't know him. I don't really know him.
Okay, well, introduce a guy worth knowing. Do you know Alexander?
Of course, I know him. Of course, I know him, and I'm very lucky to call him mentor and friend, and the board of trustees where I work for. So, thank you.
You know Alexander Starr?
Alexander.
Yeah.
Of course, I
he knows, Alexander Starr knows everybody. I don't know how he does that. He's been around for a while, So, Alexander, where did you know Judith from, anyway?
Judith, I met actually not only her but her 2 famous sisters. First time I met them in Saloniki. It's a Saloniki.
Yeah, I think we have a confusion here. I'm very sorry.
Sorry.
It's not Polgar. It's Judith Satsre.
Yeah, so I'm oftentimes people confuse because I have the same first name and I'm good friends with Susan, but I'm not the Polgar sisters by all means. I'm not even close to their level and expertise.
Too bad. Your life would be so much easier if your last name would be Polgar.
I know. I know, but so Mr. Starr, I haven't met Mr. Starr yet, but of course I know about him. So we don't know each other, but
yeah, he runs Chess Stars, and the television show that comes on this Saturday is going to have Alexander Shirov versus Domarsky, whatever his name is, from Germany. And Donchenkov. Okay, he knows how to pronounce all the names correctly. 2 grandmasters playing this Saturday on IBM TV, and then Isabel, who's right over there. She has the television show on Sunday. She has her Rosie, and she does a great show, great intro also, by the way, Isabella, on Sunday. So the thing is, if you're watching IBM TV, her show comes up on Sunday. Alexander Starr is Saturday, and Jim shows up, well, whenever. So the thing is, he does the Chess Without Borders. And I guess that's where you're going to be the guest on, right?
That's
Chess
right.
Without Borders, is that the deal? Okay.
And we have
Yes,
Susan
and
Polgar, but we're trying to find her.
What do you mean you're trying to find her? Did Susan Polgar get lost?
I'm busy on my phone trying to connect with her.
Why are you trying to?
She's actually, I am in, she is in, so she's coming.
She's coming where?
She says she's on backstage.
She's backstage? No, she's not.
Okay.
Waiting for the host to let me in. But it's fine.
She's not waiting for the host. I know the backstage. I see Nugan fan.
Okay, I got her on the wrong show, apparently.
Yeah, you got her on the wrong show. There you go.
Well, let me...
That's okay. Just tell her to get on the right show. She has to be on Celebrity Tuesday. Don't have her go to the Saturday show. You know, or whatever, the Chess Without Border show. Tell her it's got to be Celebrity Saturday. Yeah, Celebrity Tuesday, excuse me. Celebrity Tuesday, no Saturday show. Saturdays, we usually run the chess shows, but, you know, that's for the people that are the chess players around the world, obviously. And Jim's trying to connect.
Yeah, I sent them 2 links, and one was to Celebrity Tuesday, but the other is to the Chess Without Borders.
Yeah,
and,
tell her
I think he's waiting on backstage on Celebrity Without Borders. Is this a different show?
Celebrity Tuesday.
Yes, but at 1 p.m. it's supposed to be Chess Without Borders.
It is?
Yes, and I wish we had Ankit here.
Lord, is that a different show?
That's a different show.
Right, we'll bring in Kim.
So I'm working on it. Just bear with me.
Are we supposed to flip to a different show?
So yeah, he starts a show at 1 o'clock, Chess Without Borders, and I'm pulling up the banner. We don't have a theme for it.
Yeah, but is it going to be on this link or is it a different link?
No, it's this one, I think. I don't think we've switched you to your own link yet, have we?
What link did you go? Did you text her the link?
I did text her and I emailed her too, and I specifically told her Chrome, use Chrome. Not anything else, because first I tried to do with the Firefox or Safari. What link did I send it to her? Let me see. I sent her the one that ends with 2UNY.
Okay.
42 UNY.
UYN or
yes, UNY.
UYN.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Yes.
she's here. She's backstage.
Oh,
Just a
thank
minute.
goodness! All right.
I can get this. I got this. Just a minute. Just a minute.
I miss Ankit so much.
I know, right? Without our director, we're like lost. That's Isabel and Rosie, but let's see if we can get. No, I can't get there.
But the whole fun with online stuff is that people can see how we figure it out, right?
Yeah.
I find it very educational.
So somebody's got the Chess Without Borders on. Oh wow! Now everybody's arrived.
There we go.
Hi everyone.
Where'd everybody go? Where did everybody go?
Okay,
now we have a stacked deck with chess players.
Yeah, but Nick, this is my show now, just for.
Oh, that means I can leave and have lunch?
That's right. I'm kicking you guys off.
I have no problem because I haven't had lunch. I've been talking here. Good to see you, Susan. Even though I'm a chess player, I'm going to go catch lunch. Jim can take care. He's not that bad of a chess player, really. Jim is. Sasha's great, but Jim's not that bad. So anyway, we'll catch you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen from IBM TV, I'd like to welcome you to Chess Without Borders with Jim Aid. And I will let you take it on. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you so much. Maybe you can put me on just me for a second so I could do my intro and then introduce my guests. And that doesn't, there you go. Thank you very much. This is Chess Without Borders by James Eade. And I am the chairman and CEO of the eadefoundation.org. And our mission is to build communities through chess, because if you have a community, you are never alone. And it's also Chess Without Borders, because, you know, when I was looking at maps, there were lines in the maps. I look at a globe and there's lines on a globe. When I walk outdoors, there are no lines. I could walk from Massachusetts to Vermont in the woods. There's no lines. There's no welcome to Vermont. I don't know what state I'm in when I'm in the woods. So this should be one world, one family. And that is what Chess Without Borders is all about. So if you want to play chess and you don't have equipment, ask the Eid Foundation to send you equipment, and we will. Now, today, I have as my guests, two people from, they were born in a different country, but now live in the US. And I'd like to introduce the famous Grandmaster Susan Polgar and Sasha Starr, Susan Polgar, and Judith Starre. If we can bring Judith on.
Thank
you. It's so nice that you joined my show. I'm really glad that you're on. But I would like you, I didn't prep you for this. If I was an experienced producer, I would have prepped you for this. But I'm going to ask Susan to introduce yourself by your name, the country you were born in, and where you live now, and where you're working. And do it in Hungarian and speak to Judith. And Judith, you translate it back to me.
They are testing us, you see.
Yes.
I'm serious.
This is Chess Without Borders, so talk Hungarian to each other.
Oh, wow. Szia, Judit, Polgár Zsuzsa. Magyarországon születtem, Budapesten, és most St. Louisban élek, Missouri államban, az Egyesült Államokban, és a Webster Egyetemen vezetem a sakk programot, és a sakk csapatnak vagyok a főedzője.
Sounded beautiful.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Susan Zsuzsa Polgár, or Polgár Zsuzsa, as we would say it in Hungarian. I was born in Budapest, Hungary, and I live in St. Louis, Missouri, and I work at Webster University, and I'm, or she sounds strange to say I am, and she's the head of the SPICE program, and she's also the head coach of the chess team of Webster University.
And one of the greatest collegiate chess coaches of all time.
Yes.
In my humble
I think you're the most successful collegiate chess.
All right, Judith, now tell Susan who you are, where you're from, where you are now, and what you're doing for work now. And tell her in Hungarian.
Szia Zsuzsa, Judit vagyok, Starre Judit vagyok, Budapesten születtem, Stockton, Kaliforniában élek most, és sakk tornamenteket szervezek, és most éppen Telkiben vagyunk, ami Budapesttől fél órára van.
She said that my name is Judith Staroy, which in Hungarian we would say the other way around. Staroy Judith is born in Hungary. Now I live in Stockton in California. I'm organizing chess tournaments, and at the moment I'm at a Hungarian little place called Talka, which is not too far from Budapest.
Oh, very good. Now, Judith, I'm going to show you a chess piece. What is this piece?
It's a pawn.
It's a pawn. And Susan, what do we call the value of a pawn in chess? What we give it a numerical value?
1.
1. Okay. What is the value of this pawn?
Well, it depends what you do with it, but if you play chess with it, it's still 1.
It's still 1. So in chess, size does not matter.
That's right.
So,
that's correct.
Yeah. What about this pawn, Judith? What is the unit value of this pawn?
That should be 1 too.
Should be 1, right? But it's not worth, is it worth 3/5 of this one? No. They're both equal. In chess, they're both equal. So size doesn't matter, color doesn't matter. Anybody, anywhere who wants to play chess can. And we're interested in teaching you to play chess. And if you need the equipment to play chess, we can help you with that. So Susan, tell me a little bit about how you're helping people learn to play chess.
Well, I have my own foundation as well, the Susan Polgar Foundation, that was founded back in 2002. And just like we've been all these years now supporting various things, among them also donating chess sets and equipment and instructional materials for those schools or communities that are in need of it, as well as we have been focusing, of course, also on giving opportunities for young chess players and more emphasizing girls and giving them opportunities, just as we just had over this past weekend a major event with over 300 girls from all around the world at the Susan Polgar Foundation Girls Invitational. We have awarded prizes of scholarships and more of a value of over $180,000. So we've been doing a lot, and we've been doing such and similar events over these past 17, 18 years, and awarded over $6 million through our partners, universities, over the years. As for going back to the original subject, teaching chess, it has been a passion of mine for many, many years, for decades now. At first, I actually used to go back in Hungary at various community centers with people with various disabilities, whether visually disabled or physically disabled, community centers back in Hungary when I was still a little girl. And as you said, chess has no borders. And I remember how fascinating it was, and I think brightened the days of some of those community members that I visited and played chess with in my childhood. So that was one of the first things I did. And then as of teaching chess, I was teaching my sisters, Judith and Sophia, over the years, who are much younger than myself. And later on, I started writing when I was about 14. I published my first chess book for beginners. I have published since over a dozen books, mostly for beginner intermediate level players. I have video series, and of course, I had my chess center in New York City starting, I think, 1997. So I ran that for 13 years while I was living there. And then, of course, SPICE came about, that primarily focuses on university students, although we do a lot of outreach activities as well, including summer camps. Well, not this year because of COVID, but until last year we had summer camps, as well as ongoing after weekend classes throughout the year.
You know, Susan, you have done so much for chess, and I just wanted to give you congratulations for all that you have done. And I wanted to mention that, you know, I'm a FIDE master, so my title is FM. And what is your title?
I'm a GM, Grandmaster.
Grandmaster. Oh, Sasha, is Grandmaster stronger than a FIDE master?
Depends which Grandmaster and depends which FIDE master. I think the way you play, you should be awarded the Grandmaster's title.
Oh,
maybe junior Grandmaster.
Yes.
Like that.
Yes, something a little bit lower than Susan, because Susan is an exceptional Grandmaster. Because if I'm not correct, well, correct me if I'm wrong. Were you the first woman to earn the Grandmaster title?
That's right. I'm the first woman who made all the norms, all the rating requirements, as any guy would have to do it, and I'm very proud of that accomplishment.
Yes, and I know that you're in the U.S. Chess Hall of Fame. Are you and your sisters going to make it into the World Chess Hall of Fame?
Well, that question is not for me to answer, obviously.
Well, if I have any say in it, which I don't, you would get in. But I also was going to ask Judith, what are you doing to help children, young players learn chess?
Well, I'm very honored that I have the privilege and honor to work with Susan for the past couple of years now. She has an annual event every year, a couple of annual events. And I think we first started collaborating on the, either it was the all girls, it was a fall event for all girls in the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, and also the Susan Polgar Foundation National Open, which I directed, organized 3 times. And we were going to do the World Open this year in the Bay Area, but unfortunately, due to COVID, we had to cancel that. So I'm very proud and honored that I can help her reach out to those kids, and this is an amazing event that travels around the U.S. Every few years. I understand it changes location, which I think is a very good thing. Traveling from New York City to the Bay Area, and the National Open is going up to Seattle this year. I think it's very important to engage different communities and different geographic areas in the U.S. And I mean, it's always a pleasure to see the kids come up, and they are so excited to see Susan. You have no idea that whenever we are organizing a simul or just an autographic session, I mean, and I always start. She is the first GM, female GM, and you cannot say anything better than that. Like that just fills the room with wow, and a legend is in our room. So I think that's always
not your full-time job, is it?
Well, I'm lucky. Well, I'm not the full-time job to organize for Susan, although I wish I was. But I'm very lucky that I do chess for full-time. Currently, I'm employed by Mechanics Institute Chess Club. Mechanics Institute. It's in San Francisco, which you are one of the newest trustees of Mechanics. We are very lucky.
In that direction.
Yes, exactly. The Mechanics Institute, it's a historic library, and inside the library hosts the oldest running chess club in the U.S. So it's a very proud thing that I can call them an employer, and I work for the oldest chess club in the U.S. We are very lucky because we are secure. We are long-standing. There's no risk of us ever being closed, probably in the near future. It's in the charter of the institute, so it's a well-established chess club, and we are one of the few chess clubs which is open 24. Open 7 days a week. When in fact it is not shelter in place. Currently, we are still sheltering in place, but when normal operation resumes, we are open 7 days a week. So anyone who wants to visit San Francisco, come on to Post Street and visit the oldest chess club. We are there, and you will find someone to play chess with.
Well, if you grew up in Budapest, like the two of you, did you ever hear of the gold rush in California?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I have 3 girls who went through the California school system, so we have learned about it.
When you were growing up, did you ever hear of it? When you were young in Budapest?
I actually didn't.
No.
Did you, Susan?
Well, I'm not sure if I was homeschooled, so I don't know if they actually teach it in school, but I was fortunate enough to come to the US for the first time right before my 16th birthday. So I think I did hear about it, and I've been to San Francisco actually when I was, I think, 16 or 17.
And you gave a lecture at the Mechanics Institute.
Exactly. So definitely by that point, I have heard of it.
Yes, and the gold rush was in 1849, and people came to make their livelihood by mining for gold, finding gold, but they needed equipment, and so San Francisco became the hub for everybody to come to get the equipment. So the mechanical arts became very important to be able to build well the tools and equipment that they would use in the gold rush. And so the Mechanics Institute was founded for the mechanical arts. But they built the charter into the charter right from the beginning, and this is in the 1850s, chess, because they thought it was also arts and education. And they thought chess was part of their culture that they wanted to establish in San Francisco. And so the chess room in San Francisco has been there. Of course, at the fire of 1906, we had to move the location, but it's been a continuous presence for all that time. And so Judith and I are very fortunate to be associated with the Mechanics Institute. But I also wanted to talk to you, both of you were talking about girls in chess. And when I grew up playing in the United States, there weren't any girls in chess. And so I assume it was very different in Hungary, that they must have been very much more forthcoming for women or girls to be invited to play chess. Is that correct?
Well, back in my young days, childhood days, there were some girls playing, perhaps more than in the United States, but still it was a minority. And except for a few events that I played, in most events that were open, I was usually the only girl playing. So that was kind of a very awkward feeling,
Yes.
growing up being the only one and standing out. And in a way, I was always viewed with magnifying glass because I was different than the rest of the competitors, and that was putting extra pressure on me to do my best. And because I wasn't just representing myself or my family, but I felt I was representing literally my whole gender, because depending how I did, people started making comments and generalizing that women can't play chess, or wow, she's an exception, and then eventually starting to accept that yes, women potentially have the ability.
Do you think that was the genesis of your passion for teaching girls to play chess?
Absolutely, that was very much formatting me, I guess. In those formative years of growing up, it became kind of my life to prove that girls are just as capable to. I initially, obviously, just inadvertently became a role model, became a pioneer. So by the time I was a teenage girl, obviously, I have comprehended all that and understood all that. Initially, it was just kind of, I was going with the flow as a little kid. And when I started my foundation in 2002, then obviously it was a very conscious effort and topic that that's what the foundation initially was about, to be an entity and a foundation that gives girls an extra voice and opportunities.
Yes. Again, my hat is off to you, or I can tip my hat to you for that. Sasha, I know that you grew up in Odessa, and I would ask you two things. One is what was it like for gender-wise for boys and girls playing chess? Was it equal footing, or was it boys first and girls second? And the second part of my question is, isn't your wife stronger chess player than you?
Okay, first part of the question is that there's no such thing as equal playing between boys and girls, and the only phenomenon that I know of, it's Susan's own sister, Judith. She made it actually not only equal, she exceeded 99.9999% of the men ever played chess. So that's a time when actually Susan could do the same thing. She just chose different paths. And speaking about one very important moment, actually two moments of Susan's career, what I'd like to mention is that, of course, my wife is a Canadian chess champion 8 times. She played in Canadian Olympic team many times, and I traveled with her quite often. And I remember first time when I met Susan and her famous sisters was Thessaloniki, Greece in 1988, when for the first time ever, the Soviet team was beaten. They were beaten by incredible team of 3 Polgar sisters. And I think Ildiko Madl also was playing for a team, but she didn't play many games. But anyway, just in case if needed, she was there to support the team. And that was a spectacular event. It was for the first time ever happened. Because men's team, the Soviet Union men's team was beaten in Buenos Aires 10 years before that, in 78. Yeah, as a matter of fact, they were beaten surprisingly by Hungarian men. So the Hungary is arch enemy of Soviet Union, if you'd like to see. Now, second time I met Susan and her sister, and also your parents, I think in 1990 in Amsterdam. There was a tournament when you were playing, and I had the pleasure to talk to your parents a little bit, and it was absolutely amazing 30 years ago, and I still remember that very well. And I think last time I met you as a captain of your team a few years ago in New York, when you again won the championship. It was absolutely brilliant. thing. And of course, I have to make probably as the pinnacle of your career was obviously 1996 when you beat first Maichi Burdanidze and then Chinese Grandmaster Xi Jun, and you became female world champion very convincingly, and probably could hold this title as long as you wanted to, but obviously you had other interests, and it's great that you pursued them. As my wife, I very quickly answer second question. When we met, she would crush me in blitz 10-0 or maybe 9-1 occasionally, and I knew that unless I will improve my chess, she will quit me in, after a year or two. So I bought a lot of chess books, I studied openings, I improved my game, and now we're playing in about equal strength. So we played every day. We played at least 10 speed games, and we have about 5-5. Sometimes I lose 6-4, but that's what's happening.
Yeah, you're giving me hope, Sasha, because old dogs can learn new tricks. But I do want to ask you, because you just reminded me, Susan, how is your father?
Well, he had some health issues recently, but he's better now. So
good. I'm so glad to hear that.
Better.
Yeah, yeah. And Judith, you have been a mainstay in the San Francisco Bay Area in terms of chess in the schools. Will you talk to me a little bit about your experience in organizing that outreach programs and what you're still doing now for the mechanics in terms of chess in the schools?
Absolutely. So mechanics is lucky to have funds coming in specifically for chess in schools. So what we do is we identify schools that are would be really interested in bringing chess to their schools and offer chess to all the kids. And we are trying to identify a school that would make the most impact. And I recruit coaches, and coaches would go to schools and either during lunchtime or right after instruction time, school time, and kids stay there and just basically learn chess. And this is a free program that Mechanics has been offering for quite some time now. For probably around 20 schools in San Francisco within the San Francisco Unified School District. And this is very important because these kids, they won't be able to afford it otherwise. Their parents would not be able to pay for a traditional fee-based chess education. So this is very important, and any amount of donations and grants that are coming in, these make a lot of impact. And I know the other way to do this free outreach is for the schools to actually apply for state grants, or they used to be a couple of years ago. There were quite a bit of state grant available for schools. So we also had programs there, and one of my biggest success stories that my colleague and I experienced, Abel and I experienced, is a South Bay school that basically we started teaching them. Abel actually started teaching them with his previous company, and just the impact of that chess education, that free chess education that they got during lunchtime, they ended up going to the state championship and win their section. So we made a big deal about that back in, I think it was a couple of years ago. But I think that's a really prime example how really anyone can, with enough work and with enough word and dedication, anyone can be a relatively good chess player. And I keep telling the kids, one of Susan's and Susan's father's motto is that, right, chess is, you don't need to be really talented in chess. You just really need to work hard. And if you really put your hard work and effort and practice, do the tactics, watch the Poga Chess University videos and things like that, then you will get better.
But still, talent helps a bit.
Yeah, a little bit, but hard work is a talent, right?
Right.
Can you hear me, Judith?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. I was going to say, the getting to be talented or working hard is one thing, But the other thing is when you teach a child to play chess, you give them a gift that lasts a lifetime. I'm sure that you agree with me. And when I was teaching in chess, especially in situations like the Malcolm X Academy here in San Francisco, you know, these are kids that are not going to be able to afford to pay fee-based for chess lessons. So you did it for free. But when I first started knocking on principals' doors, they looked at me like I was crazy. I'll tell them I'd give them a chess program for free, and they would just go, why? And but in the 1990s, that exploded. And I think it was parental pressure mostly that said, hey, this school over here has a chess program and they're getting better and at school. And so we want a chess program. So now there's chess in the schools all over the country. And it's amazing to me to see that. But I noticed two things when I was teaching in schools. And one was when you teach kids to sit still and think, that's directly transferable back into the classroom.
Absolutely.
Right. And the other, thing that I noticed is that I didn't tell them you have to be smart to play chess, but for some reason they thought if they could play chess, they must be smart. And I did not want to disabuse them of that notion because that self-confidence that grew was also directly transferable back into the classroom. If I can play chess, I can do a math table. I can do this, I can do that. And none of the things that seemed to be too complicated for them, and they weren't getting support at home that they were smart, but once they knew they could play chess, they thought they must be smart. So these are gifts that you give to the children that's directly transferable back into the classroom, and they gain confidence. These are great things for young kids. And as an adult, it's a pleasurable pastime. Excuse me.
And there's another aspect that we try to emphasize is social justice, actually, because chess is really without borders and without any social. Exactly. And so what we teach with kids when we go in and teach them chess and to play with each other, it doesn't matter who sits next to the board, as long as you guys play chess. You don't even need to play the same language or speak the same language. And so any language barrier, especially in heavy Latino community here, it's an amazing revelation that how chess can break down these barriers and bring kids together and show the world how we should be functioning, I think.
I really appreciate you saying that because I believe that in my heart. And chess is a universal language. We play by the same rules. So it doesn't matter.
That was one of the things that really attracted to me to chess when I was a little girl, that there were so many other things where your size or physical ability or height or different things makes a difference. Exactly. And, being a tiny girl, 4 or 5 years old, obviously there were limited things that we could do with my parents or grandparents or other kids that may have been of gender or bigger and taller than me. And when it came to chess, all those disappeared. So that for me, that was a huge attraction actually as a little kid.
Yes.
That, wow, this is something I can do regardless with whom.
Yes. And partly because you were homeschooled by a father that wanted you to become educated and confident. You had that confidence to go into those tournaments when other girls your age probably would not have been that confident. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about your experience growing up because I think, if I remember correctly, correct me if I am not remembering it correctly, didn't you tell me that you were told that it was unnatural for boys to play girls?
That's right. I mean, I had to go through a lot of that in my younger years, what is a girl doing playing chess at all? How come you're not playing with dolls instead? This is not a girly thing to do. You should be maybe doing ballet or dancing. And there's a lot of discouragement from society. And that's even within our extended family and neighbors and just society at large. They were not encouraging in those days for girls to play chess. They thought it was unnatural, almost unhealthy. And so it took a lot of courage in a way for my parents to let me pursue my passion and support me in playing chess, in learning chess, in competing in chess. And then even when I started to show some talent and results in chess competitions, even within the chess clubs and the chess community, it was still perceived that the girls should only play girls and girls have no business in trying to compete with guys. I remember when, I was a young girl, even with some success already, even some people they didn't mean bad. They didn't mean to hurt my feelings or
They just didn't know better.
discourage me. They more of had the attitude of they wanted me to avoid disappointment because they felt that it's just impossible. They really believed in those days, and I'm talking about, let's say, the 1980s, that they did believe that it's just absolutely physically an impossibility for a girl to become a master or an international master or, God forbid, a grandmaster.
No way.
Has never happened. Even international master, basically, it was only, I think, 2 people at that time, Gaprindashvili and Chiburdanidze back in the 80s. And so basically, even in the top 10, you could be a top 10 player still in the mid 80s with having a under 2300 rating, which is basically a master level.
But surely your Hungarian Federation must have encouraged you.
Sorry?
I'm sure that your Hungarian Federation must have encouraged you.
Oh no, not at all. Oh, they did not believe in it at all.
And you forget we lived during communism still, right?
But it was a combination of things. Partly it was their self-interest, because in those days it was a huge thing to be able to travel overseas or even within Western Europe. And they felt that if I would compete with girls, I would have a good chance to win various championships, which some I, but they wanted to push me to do most and many of those type of events where I could win medals for Hungary in various junior age groups. And in turn, more importantly, from their perspective, they would get the opportunity to travel to Western Europe. And that was a huge thing in those days.
Yes.
To get to be traveling beyond the Iron Curtain, as they used to say, and profit from it even financially and so on and so on. So that was one part of the problem. But beyond their self-interest that basically clashed with my family's approach, the other issue was obviously that they also did not believe that when my father and we said, but why couldn't I be as good as guys? Why couldn't I become an international master or a grandmaster if I work hard at it? They just thought we're crazy. Right. They literally thought it's an impossible thing to even dream of. It's like, you want to go to the moon. It's not going to happen. And therefore, why waste your time? Why get disappointed? And in the meantime, why not cash in on what's realistic and available? So it was a really, really difficult times in the 1980, because on one hand, I believed, my family believed that why not? It's not weightlifting. It's not not some activity where the physical strengths or speed or abilities dominate. It's an area where women potentially can be as good as men. And just because it hasn't been done yet, people did not believe it's even possible. So it was a very fascinating time in a way. And at the same time, I would say it also motivated me to prove all those naysayers wrong.
Yes.
And it was a struggle because I was punished for my beliefs number of times. Like, just to mention 2 of the most extreme examples, when the World Chess Federation, FIDE, decided to give 100 free rating points to all women in the whole world, except me, claiming that because I'm playing against men mostly, it's easier to gain rating points, which of course turned out to be false, but that's what I had to deal with. And then the other one, when I qualified for the next stage of the World Championship cycle, happened to be in the same year, these 2 incidents, they did not let me compete against guys because I'm a woman. And at the time, the name of the competition was the Men's World Chess Championship. And thanks to that incident, because of the Australian Chess Federation and some others, appealed and complained about it, they eventually changed the name of the event to World Chess Championship without specifying any gender. And then in future later years, myself as well as some others had the opportunity to indeed compete and try their luck to become a world champion.
Well, you stole my thunder a little bit. Go ahead, Sasha.
Sorry, I think the right word would be World Human Chess Championship. Because now computers.
Yes, we don't want them either.
Yeah, well, in the mid 80s, that wasn't yet much of a consideration. Computers weren't a very prominent part of our lives like they are today.
Yes, I was going to say that you stole my thunder because I was going to lead up from the problems that you had from your own federation to the problems that you experienced in the World Federation as well. But you recapped that for me. But I was going to say that, you know, that's actually when I started to follow your career, when you became a grandmaster and when they took away all the, they added all those rating points to women except for you. That seemed like an injustice to me, and I started paying more attention to you. And I thought that, and, you know, part of your story that just amazed me was all these obstacles, you get overcome them through your determination. You were motivated to prove the naysayers wrong. But also, I would think some of that motivation must have come from your father, who did believe in you and thought that he was going to make this happen for you. Would you talk a little bit about that?
Definitely, my father was an instrumental part in my upbringing, and a lot of the views now that I share and believe in. Obviously, I did not come up with some of those ideas when I was 4 or 5 years old myself, but because I heard it from him so many times and he believed in them, he believed in me, he believed in ability, not just me personally, but in girls in general, later my sisters as well. But it's really nothing to do with his own family or his own daughters. His whole point is that any healthy born child, any healthy born girl has those abilities. In fact, he has written a book in those days called Raise a
Genius. Yes.
Yeah, they had various editions with various titles, but along the same lines. And back in those days, I know that there were discussions of a possibility of him doing it in a more institutional way. And he insisted that he did not want to do it as part of an institute, but he would only do it if he could adopt a number of other girls. And he was planning to do that. And in fact, there was also a sponsor that was willing to sponsor him. The holdback was that my mother wasn't willing to start it all over again with another 3 or 6 children. Obviously, there is more to life than chess, and all those things would have fallen to her lap, and she just wasn't willing to be a partner in doing it all over again at that stage.
Yes, I can understand that. Judith, you have a PhD, do you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And what subject is it in?
Chemistry.
Chemistry. Now, did you experience some of the same things becoming a scientist that Susan did in becoming a chess player?
Yes and no. The field that I've chosen is physical chemistry and quantum chemistry. So it's an analytical chemistry. So initially, I was working with a lot of guys. In fact, my first job in the U.S. was in University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, in Dr. Miller's lab, where I was the only girl and 10 boys, and it was fun. Made me learn English a lot faster than you would normally do, because they weren't waiting around for me to spit out a sentence in 2 minutes. I had to learn to speak English, even though I learned it in high school. Back at home, it's really different. So yeah, I mean, in the field of chemistry, especially physical chemistry, is not a lot of girls. There are starting to be more and more. And then I transitioned into a clinical chemistry and analytical chemistry, where there are a little bit more girls. Graduate studies have been in the US, in Hungary, where I did my graduate studies. A little bit less girls in general in science, but I mean, it was a lot of fun, and I think back with happy memories
Was
during
the
those
first
days.
English word that you learned, was it no?
I actually have no idea because it was so long ago. I learned English when I was in elementary school, and my mom is an English teacher. So
Yeah. Okay, there you go. You had a leg up. But I have to tell the both of you that I've been in Budapest only once, and I stayed in Buda, but of course I spent a lot of time in Pest, and I went to a bookstore and I could not read any of the book titles, but I saw one by Susan, and so I picked it up and I looked through it, and I must say that Hungarian was impenetrable to me. I went to a restaurant and I tried to look at the menu. And when I was growing up, I learned Latin. Most people learned French or Spanish, but I took Latin because no one could correct my pronunciation. So I thought, and that helped me with a lot of Indo-European languages, but I could order in almost any country I went to in Europe, but Hungary was a complete baffling experience to me. I could not make out a word on the menu. Now, if you were a guy like me going into Hungary, what would you recommend someone doing when you're faced with this menu that is incomprehensible?
Well, I think things have changed perhaps since you've been there, because now almost all the menus come at least in 2-3 languages. We have a lot of tourists from all around the world, and usually there are menus in English and German or even Italian, maybe some places even other languages. So it became very international, I would say, today, unlike, let's say, in the 80s or maybe even so I think you would not have a problem.
My experience would be better this time. Yes. Good.
And I have an additional suggestion. Actually, Hungarian, if you know the alphabet, we have a very unique alphabet with double letters, with one sound like ch and y and s. But once you learn the alphabet, reading is actually one-on-one. It's a direct translation of what it's on the words and what you read and how you pronounce it. So it's actually very easier to read in Hungarian than in English.
I think the concern is more understanding the meaning of the word rather than just being able to read it. So.
True.
Yeah.
But if I could pronounce it, then I would sound like I knew what I was talking about.
Exactly. It gives you confidence.
To eat.
But Sasha, do you own any chess books by Susan?
Absolutely. In fact, it's happened by accident. Last time Nava won a Canadian Chess Championship in 2001. And among different prizes, what she's got, it was Susan's book. And I read it probably several times. And actually, it's very well written, very sincere description of her life and her struggles and her triumphs, and it's very personal. It's very, very deep, very well written book, and I would recommend it to anybody to read it. I was very glad that we got it, because I never heard about this book before.
Do you have a signed book? Do you have a book signed by Susan?
No, it's not, because it was presented here in Toronto, and Susan was not here.
I have a signed book by Susan. I just wanted to mention.
Hopefully next time when we'll meet, maybe she will sign for me. Please do. Actually, speaking about books,
you're a gentleman, Sasha. So unlike me, I was pushy.
Susan, a very interesting question. I have many grandmasters that I met and on my program as well. There is one question for you. Please tell me if you ever came across and maybe even read this book. The name is Thought and Choice in Chess.
I know the author. I don't think I've ever seen this particular edition or this book. I know some books of the author, but not this particular book.
You know, I've asked many grandmasters, probably around 100. And I want to tell you, probably 4 or 5 heard about that book, but never seen it. And the only one person in the whole world, it seems to me, who not only knows this book, but actually read it. And you know who it is? Gary Kasparov.
Oh, wow.
I was really
That's
surprised.
surprising.
Yeah, yeah, it's very, very interesting. It's not easy reading. It's very scientific in many ways or so on. But what's interesting, and I would like to know your opinion about that, he's made comparison of thinking process of elite grandmasters and average grandmasters, international masters, or so on. And he showed them the same positions. Normally, it's complicated middle game positions, and he would ask them to tell what is their opinion the best move, but also to make a lot. He was taping all their answers, so they had to allow to discuss their thoughts about the position and how and why they came to their answer. So the greatest difference is that the international masters and some grandmasters, not elite ones, they were looking at 4 or 5 different moves. And although most of them would arrive at the right and the best move in the position, but they would also discuss some other moves, and they were thinking about this moves or that moves. Elite grandmasters, I'm talking about people who, if he interviewed, we're talking about Keres, we're talking about Fine, we're talking about Floor, and Max Aver. Okay, 4. Yeah, I don't think I missed anybody. 4 elite grandmasters of the day. They would look on average only 1.8 moves, so less than 2. And so they wouldn't even consider the other 3 or 4 moves, what others would look into. They wouldn't even consider those moves. They would look straight into, say, 2 moves, and then they would choose immediately the best move. And they would be very precise and very concise why they would choose these moves. They didn't even talk that much because, like, for them, it was more or less obvious. While others, they would talk about all kinds of different moves as well. So what do you
Honestly,
think?
does not surprise me because I'm seeing a kind of a very similar parallel of lower levels. So let's say if you take an average grandmaster versus a master player, or a master player versus an A player, and an A player versus a beginner player, I think it's the very same characteristics and differences, that the more advanced the player is, the more he or she is able to narrow it down of what's important. And I don't think this only applies to chess, but in general, if you're looking at a situation, whether chess or a life situation, you see the bigger picture and you get to the point better of what's important about the circumstances, the situation. You see it through better with the experience. So it sounds very logical and not surprising to me at all.
Now, also speaking about the different qualities, what chess instills in the young people, it was a little bit before you came to United States. It was in the early 90s when the financial company with the name Bankers Trust, they hired tens of chess players, grandmasters, and others to do the analysis of stocks or futures and financial instruments and so on. And now I have a financial show on here on IBM TV on Wednesdays. Tomorrow I will have one. And I've already made comparison between financial decision making and in chess. And the most important characteristic is that, as in chess, in investments, every person is responsible for their decisions. And there is no one to blame if you made the wrong decision in investments and you're losing money. You're the only one to blame, nobody else. As in chess, chess is an individual activity, it's an individual sport. It's not like in hockey, you're blaming that your teammates were not so good, your coach did stupid decisions and all that stuff. In chess, you are the only one who is responsible.
Yeah, I think even today there are numerous companies, financial companies out there that are looking to hire chess players because they believe that the analytical skills that especially successful chess players develop, they can be transferred to the world of business, to investments, and they can be trained in the more specifics of it. But it's much harder to get that analytical mind and that experience of constantly analyzing various positions and evaluating them. And I think that's what chess players are really good at, to looking at a lot of data and understanding what's important about them, narrowing it down, and they have the patience and the experience of doing that.
Also, in investments, there
I
are some
actually,
American.
Sasha.
I actually do see that in firsthand in mechanics, because we have a proportionally bigger amount of financial professionals coming to our chess club Tuesday nights, but they work full-time financial professionals. Yep.
Yeah, let me ask
Just
another
one
question.
observation.
Let me ask another
Just
question.
finish with investment.
Let me ask
Just
another
one
question
on
about not about investments, and I already know what you think about this topic, Sasha. I'm going to talk a little bit about online chess, and one of the things I'm most proud about is what Judith and Abel are doing in the Mechanics Institute is that they are creating the community. They're expanding the community online, because we had a community of chess players that would go to the club and play, and they would play the Tuesday night marathons, and there are all these tournaments all year round. Now, because of the pandemic, we're not able to do that. So they have allowed them to play online. And I think what you've done is move the physical chess club online, and everybody knows each other. And so there's no cheating. If they do cheat, we spot them right away. And and nobody tries to. So you built this club, which is a community, but you did it online. And now you're expanding it to invite other players to come into this community. And so you're taking precautions that those other people that you do not know, you don't physically meet, and that they don't cheat in these tournaments. So you're growing and expanding beyond just your own little community. And I'm so proud of what you and Abel have done in that aspect. But I want to tell you that online chess is the old Wild West now, because you don't know who's really playing on the other side. And I know Sasha's views on this, and go to his Saturday show at 3 p.m. Eastern time, and you will see a new way, which I'm very excited about, that Sasha has of dealing with this. But Susan, what do you think about playing chess online?
Well, I think it's fantastic. As you said, it makes the world smaller and brings communities together from not just in one particular city or state, but it opens it up to everybody. And actually, I wanted to mention when Judith said that we have canceled the over-the-board version of the Susan Pogar Foundation as a World Open this year, but we are planning to move it online. So that's the beauty of it, that it's not completely canceled. And I think online chess in general is booming. Obviously, partly because of the COVID situation that it made it necessary. But at the same time, I think it's here to stay. And I think the various platforms are working hard in minimizing the opportunities to cheat. I think it's hard to completely avoid that possibility, but it's getting harder and harder, let's say, with the various sites requiring Zoom attendance and from various angles in the entire room. So I think we're trying to do everything we possibly can to minimize the temptation to cheat. And I think it's a great substitute for over-the-board chess. And obviously it has great advantages at the same time, in that people, especially amateur players, which is the majority of the people who play chess. There are only a limited number of professional players, but the great majority of hundreds of millions of people who do play chess on a casual level, they now have the opportunity to play online, make friends, use it as entertainment or just recreation.
There is another part of this, because I agree entirely with everything you said, but the other part is to be able to instruct online, to be able to teach online, so that you don't have to have a physical person come over and teach you lessons. You can, and there are many videos that are out there, but there's also some one-on-one going on now, and even into the schools.
Absolutely. And I know it is happening all around the country here, all around the world. Also, in fact, at Webster University, we have been working remotely since I think around mid-March or so. And I've been working with our students remotely and on the internet. So it really has just changed so much. And I mean, I personally obviously prefer the human interaction in person, but with that said, when it comes to the technicalities and the actual acquiring knowledge, I think in chess, actually, it can be transferred just as much over the internet as it can be in person. So I think from the student's perspective,
my experience is, and we'll never replace the idea of a couple 3-4 players looking over your game with you in person and batting around ideas. You know, that's not something that we can transfer to the internet, but there's so much potential there for reaching out to people that you would not connect to with otherwise. They don't live near you. You wouldn't bump into them in any other way except through the internet. And
well, at the end of the day, it's a trade-off. I mean, you give up a little bit of the social aspect of it, but as you said, it at the same time opens up the whole world of having coaches or students in all kinds parts of the world that otherwise, for logistical reasons, would be impossible. So I think overall, it's a wonderful opportunity, and I don't think long-term, hopefully, after COVID, gets hopefully resolved, we will have the option to have again in-person meetings and chess clubs and tournaments and so on. But I think this opened up a whole new horizon, and I think it saves a lot of resources for students, for example, to travel. And sometimes it is a logistical hurdle of whether traveling to a coach or maybe the person doesn't drive or is too young to drive or for whatever reason, this they can do from their own home, and also save time, by not traveling an hour or more to a chess club or a chess coach each way, let's say. So it has its own benefits.
Yeah, Nick was on earlier saying that when he started out, there was no such thing as a chess coach, and that was certainly true in my case. And I lived in a rural environment in Massachusetts on the Vermont border, and there was no way but books. That was the only way that I could learn chess. And whatever was going on in Moscow wouldn't reach me until 6 months later at the earliest. So this internet, we can see games that are being played in real time. And so they have that ability to follow players in real time, which is it boggles my mind. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about before, because we're running out of time, but I did want to mention that, I was the first chairman of the Chess Advisory Committee at UT Dallas. And UT Dallas is one of the greatest college programs at the time. University of Maryland at Baltimore was as well. But what you have accomplished at Webster is just staggering. How many championships have you won at Webster?
Well, quite a bit. Our students have won over 60 various major titles over the past 8 years that we started the program here at Webster, including 7 Final Four titles, the Pan American titles, and 5 Final Four titles for the team. So we're very proud of that.
Yes, you should be very proud of that. And in Webster, one of the things that we did with UT Dallas was, there were a lot of schools and colleges and universities in Texas, of course. And so they wanted to kind of stand out, make a name for themselves. And so they sponsored the chess program. When I went to talk to the president of the university and the provost, it was a done deal. And mostly because of Tim Redmond, my friend, who sold them on the possibility you could put UT Dallas on the map. And now they offer chess scholarships. And I think you've done that same thing in Webster. People can get scholarships to go to Webster because of their chess playing abilities, and Webster is now on the map.
Absolutely. We offer chess scholarships of various levels for various level chess players, and I think it has really changed the landscape of chess for young people, not just at Webster, as you said, but also at other various universities. And unlike back in the 1980s, when typically a high schooler would have to decide whether they go to college or continue playing chess, today they can combine it and not just get a great education, but also at the same time continue improving their chess levels and get training and continue competing as well.
Yes. Yeah, it's an amazing thing just to be able to, when I went to college in the 70s, and it was unimaginable to me because I was the highest rated high school player in all of New England. And it was not even on my radar that I could get a scholarship to go to college. Right?
Yeah,
because
times have luckily changed for chess players.
Yes.
And that's what this amazing about these tournaments that Susan is offering to all the girls and boys around the U.S. and around the world. This past weekend, we awarded 3 scholarships, right? 3 international players,
Yeah.
right, Susan?
Four.
4.
The top
Okay.
4. Mhm.
Yeah, there were 4. So it's really amazing, and I keep trying to tell the players that come and take this opportunity, because this is something that you would not get anywhere else. So these tournaments, and the top prizes are scholarships to Webster. So.
Yes. So enough about Webster. Let's talk about the Mechanics Institute again. Because when I was working for Charles Schwab, I was working just a block away from the Mechanics Institute, and of course I knew about it because of the chess club, but the chess room. But because I was working for Schwab, I wanted to become an investor. I wanted to learn about investing, and so I went to the Mechanics Library, and I had all the value lines, all these things. You can get information online now, but in those days, it was very expensive to find all the information that you wanted to become an experienced investor. And I learned that at the Mechanics Institute. So there's more to the mechanics than just chess. And I think that we're trying to promote it for all that it can bring to everybody in terms of education and culture. So
Absolutely.
that is my show today. I am so grateful that Judith and Susan were able to join me. And as always, I want to promote Sasha Starr's show on Saturday. It's 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and it is called Chess Stars. And the guests that he has are unbelievable too. So the guests that he has had made me motivated to get the best guests I could. So
well, this Saturday we have a match between Alexei Shirov and Alexander Donchenko. They will be playing 2 games, and if it's 1-1, there is an Armageddon game. Susan, very quick question as a professional. Please explain to me. In old times, people were saying, okay, this player he's playing in the style of Michael Tal or Tigran Petrosyan or Kasparov or Spassky or whatever. Now, I'm watching these tournaments online where, with exception probably of Carlsen, all these people, they're playing the same openings, the same style. And maybe because I don't understand chess as I should, and of course you understand it much better, tell me, is there something as individual style is a thing of the past?
Well, I think online chess has a little bit of a different psychology. I think as much as players want to take it seriously, and I'm sure many do, I think they still somehow at the back of their minds, the fact that it's not federated, it doesn't affect their world ranking. I think it affects their approach to it, and they play it a bit more casually. And I don't think necessarily play their very best as they would over the board games. So I think you see more dynamic games. You see more risk taking because they enjoy that, but they have more of a discipline, I think, when it comes to the over the board rated games, when everything is affected, their ratings, their titles, their world ranking, and all those things. So in a way, it's a more fun way for them to play and for the fans to watch.
Very good. Very, very great explanation. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
So the last thing I would like to know, Sasha, is you have another show. And could you tell me a little bit about that show?
You're talking about investment show?
Yes.
Well, an investment show, I believe that investments, same as chess, as music, is an art, foremost. It's an art. And when people are trying to figure out their mathematical models and all that stuff, see, there is no advantage to go deep into analysis of each security or so on, because at the end of the day, all what will happen, you will know just as much as all other professionals, because they're open sources, insiders information, either not available to you at all, or it doesn't even affect so much the movements of each security or so on. So and eventually it's becoming an art, but because there are so many trillions of dollars of securities being traded every day, you can't be absent from the action. You have to get at least your couple of $1,000 to yourself out of the trillions of dollars. So with all your experience and knowledge, there must be a way that you should be able to do that. And I'm treating it as an art. I'm looking, of course, of the prize movements or so on. But, every time when I'm taking a new position, for example, let's say I want to buy General Electric. I always think, okay, if I buy shares of General Electric, somebody is selling shares of General Electric. Why is he selling? Why am I a buyer and he is a seller? There must be something maybe that I don't know enough about General Electric. So I have to check myself one more time to verify that always I'm trying to hedge my position. So even if I will go and buy shares of General Electric, I will sell probably some calls against the position. So my downside is more or less protected. And on the upside, it's just a matter of time how quickly I'll make money. Sometimes it will take a couple of hours. Sometimes it will take 2 months. Who knows what's going to happen?
All right, Sasha, we're going to play the intro to your show when we do wrap up. But Susan, do you have anything else you want to say before you leave?
Well, I just wanted to say that it was a pleasure joining you, and good luck with the project and your foundation. And you're doing a great job as well as Judith. On behalf of the Mechanics Institute, you're also doing wonderful things, both of you, for chess, as well as Sasha. I know you were also very involved in online chess in addition to the financial world. So good luck, all of you.
Thank you so much, and all the best to you.
All the best to you, Susan. And Judith, how about you? What would you like to say before you?
Well, I'm very thankful for Susan for our collaboration. I'm learning every single event, learning and experience. And with that experience, I can go and do other cool things, such as the invitational that Jim just sponsored this weekend, yesterday actually, or day before yesterday. Was it? Days are kind of melting together. It was such an amazing experience having that 6-player round robin, being the chief TD for that.
Championship.
No, 2020 Northern California Invitational. It was a 6-player round robin with 3 grandmasters and 3 international grandmasters. So earlier you were telling us about the spectator and online brings the stars to the fans, and this was it, and Jim made it happen, and we are really grateful for him. So thank you so much for inviting to the show, Jim.
Susan, I forgot one more thing. Susan, you can still read in Russian?
Yes, of course.
Okay, here it is. Very important. If you can read here on private chat on the right, I sent you a link. This was published a week ago by Genna Sasonko, but it's in Russian. And I spoke to him last week and asked if he would like to translate it into English. And he said no. It's it's very controversial article about chess and its future, and I think it would be very interesting for you to read. But
yeah, I'll copy it and paste it before it may disappear from this chat. So I did that and sent it to myself.
Of course.
This Enjoy. Is Chess Without Borders. I'm Jim Eade, and I'm signing off. But I want to thank first IBM TV for giving us this opportunity to get together, even if one of us is in Budapest and one of us is in Toronto. And it doesn't matter where we are. It doesn't matter. These imaginary lines on maps don't exist in the world of chess. And I also want to thank our sponsor, Lynn Shepard, for the Family Dollar Store, family.dollarstore.com. And you can go on there and save a great deal of money. And as I have experienced, you don't have to leave home. They send you the products to you. So thank you, my guests, Judith and Susan. You were great. I really appreciated your accepting my invitations.
Thank you.
Sasha, you're always there. And we'll see you Wednesday and Saturday. So thank you for joining.
Thank you.